Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so, with that said, I hope everyone who watches this is doing as well as possible. This is July the 5th. Um, July, I didn't lie. Did you lie? Anyway, July the 5th of 2023. And it's 45 minutes before it's the 6th of July, which I don't know what that means. Anyway, I do hope that everyone had a decent weekend. I got to spend yesterday evening with my friend's children and my friend and his wife. But it was so cool to sit with them childrens. I bought some fireworks, some really good ones, and to sit with those childrens and watch them fireworks was just it. I just had a great time. And because I saw that they had a great time as well. Um, Witch Moon, how you doing? Hey, Miss Chloe and Scotty Boy. Aloha to you too. I got here before the 20 mark, by the way, and it should be the 20 moment coming up, and so I got myself a little sustainable ability with me. Hey, Witch Moon, I was going to send you a text and I got crazy and confused. A ball of confusion. But when I went over to the neighbors down the road, this cat that's normally wild and scratchy came up and sat in my lap. And I took a couple of pictures with the cat in my lap. And I will send it on to you just because I'm so tired of saying what others with them. Yeah. And here's the interesting thing, Scotty boy. Me too. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. Let's see. Hey, Michelle. I messed up my lighting situation over here. I don't want to be too bright, but I don't want to sit in the dark neither. But so one of my, and I'm going to put in the plug, but if you have not, watched the Rubin Report, or at least subscribe to where you can monitor what his subjects might be. A gay man married to another gay man, and they have adopted children, and they're about 40 years old ish. And so has moved from California to Florida, and all of these things. And so, here's a representative of the gay community who's very vocal about some of the things that are going on. And they've had it up to here. I mean, it's enough that we've had it, but this affirmative action with everybody's got to across the board accept, the LGBT, well, the GT is what they would like to get rid of. They'd like to wipe it off lesbians and gays and leave it at that. If you're a trans or whatever, you're in a different category than the rest of us. Now that's what they're saying. Okay. That's not what I'm saying. So my observations of this are like, oh my God, it's starting to implode. So all of us wanting to say they or well, I don't want to say it, but they and them and us-uns and them-uns, and if you're from the South, it's they-uns and them-uns, and does that count as being inclusive? But there are folks who are starting to say within the community that this is blooming stupid. Is it 20 yet? Yes. Okay. All right. If you want, have one. Yum, yum. So, if I've stated and other people, I have, gay relatives and friends, and it's not about that. It's not about that. But it is about how the community is now supposed to be. Well, it's not that I'm a gay man and I have gay friends, but we don't go for this, you know, um, drag stuff in front of children. We don't believe that's right. But you're a gay man. No, well, yes, I'm a gay man, but I don't like that drag stuff in front of children. I think it's inappropriate. But you're a gay man. Yeah, but I don't think it's appropriate. So it's not a straight man saying it. It's gay men and women who are saying no, 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 no. This trans stuff, if you want to dress up, okie dokie, but you want to do drag in front of children and go into libraries, and they're against it. The gay community is against it. So it's like we, as most of us straight, I don't care to know. Aaron's Energy 313. Hi there. Hey, are you a subscriber? I'm just curious because I don't recognize your handle there. But it's good to see you. Others don't like it, so be it. So, us straight white people, I'm a heterosexual male at the age of 70, and so it's like, so to all of you, youngins out there who are having this, identity crisis, give it a couple of years. you know, just give it a couple of years. I had an identity crisis along with a lot of other people growing up in my era during the 60s. And when things were opening up and women were burning their bras and just stuff, you know. So, and I guess you could say that in the late 60s, at least, gayism was being more open. I don't mean that rudely, but that there were gay people who were coming out, and it was open, and stuff, and things started to progress, and there weren't as many beatings, and let's go roll a queer. That was the fun thing to do back in the day, at least in Tampa. Hey, let's go roll a queer. So because I knew kids and folks who were 10, 12, 13 years old riding around on bicycles in the middle of the night. I was one of them. And there were these gay queer men who wanted to fondle us, and there were some kids that just got, tired of some of these men driving around trying to pick us, now, us 12, 13-year olds shouldn't have been riding around in the middle of the night on our bicycles anyway. But that doesn't mean that there should have been gay men with their windows rolled down masturbating, trying to get us kids go riding with them. I was just around several years ago, David. Had to process how we circle back. Oh, good, Aaron. Good. Good to see you. I don't remember everybody's handle, but you know, there are some that is like, oh, I think I remember that one. But anyway, it's good to see you. Joe, how are you? I was 13% at 313. Let's go roll a core. I got mine stuffed in here. So, let's have another hit. It's 11:25. So, let's keep it on the five. Plain old Aaron Johnson? Were you just plain back then? I'm kidding. No, but so anyway, the queerisms that came out in the late 60s, and, the fact that there were gay bars that were like more open, there was the Horny Bull downtown in Tampa. There were gay men working the streets with the gay women. I mean, I'm sorry, with the ladies of the evening down on Kennedy Boulevard in Tampa. And they've since moved out to Dale Mabry, I understand. But anyway, so it was that there, of course, there weren't any gay bars, especially like in Tampa. A gay bar in Tampa? Yep. And well, then there was a gay bar in Tampa. So it's like that's how open society began, like 68 or 9 kind of thing. And so it's like, so a lot of progression of things and people accepting behavior. It's like, well, they're gay and whatever. And it's like, okay. Members of my family who were not gay that didn't know that other members were, kind of thing, They found out later on when folks came out of the closet and they were like, what? You were gay all this time? And yeah. Well, what about, and yeah. So there were parents and aunts and uncles who were not appreciative of this gayness, gayisms, just started to quit being mad about it. And then they slowly said, well, like some friends of mine, they were like gay on the carnival, and Chucky passed away a few months back. And so when he was like, look, you can accept me or not, and I'm working on the carnival and you're working on the carnival, and my mama knows, she owns the carnival, and she knows I'm gay, I'm living with a gay man, and we're going out on the road with y'all, and just tough tootie, accept it, right? So there were people who just was like, well, they knew Chucky because all of the years, growing up, because his mama owned the carnival, and then his lover, Tom. Tom was a wonderful man. He had been married, had children. Oh God, his daughter was like, oh, a knockout. But Tom was a wonderful man, and regardless of him being gay or not, he was a wonderful man. Hey, Mark the Ark, good that you're doing well, or as well as possible. Anyway, there were people on the carnival, on this small carnival, who had been together for years, and all of a sudden they had, excuse the expression, they had to choke down what they were learning about people. Well, but Tommy's gay and they're living together, and well, Tom were friends with the men and women on the carnival, and they really liked him. And the fact that they were gay, well, but they liked him. Tom was a personable guy. He helped people out. He was always there, and Tom was a wonderful guy. So after the first year or two, folks just accepted them as the family, and it was Chuck and Tom and blah 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 blah, and and they became close friends, and folks were inviting Tom to go out to eat lunch, and just stuff, where they weren't before. They were kind of like Chuck and Tom are over there, but then they started, going hanging out together, and so it's like so in the early 70s. Okay. So the queerisms that came about and the changes in older people and their attitudes and their acceptance of things came about and is still kind of sort of going on. But when the gayisms, and that's my term, when the gayisms turned into this other stuff, us older folks, now I was younger at the time, but us older folks, some of them folks we're still are still alive, we just don't get this mess, and we don't accept it. We accepted all this other stuff for the last 50 plus years or more, since at least 1966, 7 kind of thing. 68 was like the breaking point with the election and all, and you know, Robert Kennedy getting killed and just stuff. And so here we are all these years later, and Robert Kennedy Jr. is running for president, which I think is great. But all these isms have gotten into quackery and have gotten into chaos. So those people out yonder who are trying to create chaos are doing a fine job of it, right? But the thing I don't think they have accepted is that the chaos is starting to come around and bite them in the butt. I just don't think they anticipated that. Oh, the gay community is going to go along with this and they're going to think it's great and all this. And the gay community's going, nope, we don't like this. Nope, we don't want to be associated with this type of behavior. These two men, I'm speaking of, the Rubin report and his husband, or I get, yeah, I think he calls him his husband. So on the Rubin report, so and the children that they adopted, they don't want that kind of thing, and they don't want to be associated with that kind of thing. So what I mean by this in the affirmative dissatisfaction. So they're trying to make this affirmative action like all of these people are acceptable and all these behaviors are acceptable and all these things are cool nowadays. And there are people that are associated with it are going, nah, not in my backyard. Oh no, I think you missed the point. Maybe you went a little too far with this. And so I don't think those folks, whoever they may be now, okay? I mean, they found cocaine in the White House. Really? You mean you actually found some? I bet you there's been so much cocaine in and out of the White House, it ain't even funny. Just saying. How do you think that people work all them hours in the bathroom? I used to do it. Harry, you in the house? That is something common that happens with victims of. Yeah. Oh, they're trying to bully us in all kinds of ways. But here's the thing, having listened to some of these people who think that they're they or them, okay, just saying, or they're binary something, I don't know, I don't understand it. They in themselves have got I'm sorry, I'm going to use it, a queer way of looking at this. Now, so here's the thing about how they say a man can have a baby. Okay, get this. I finally got it through my thick head what they mean. So I'm a woman, believe it or not. My right boob has finally gone down, by the way. It's not near as fun to play with. I'm kidding, but not. But um I'm a woman who decides that I want to be known as a man. Okay. But now that I am a man, declaring I'm a man, I can get pregnant because I still have the female parts. So when these people are saying that a man can have a baby, some of these folks, and I get it now, because you have transitioned to a man, being a female originally, you can still, because you still have a vagina and ovaries and such, can still have a baby. So, in their, to me, twisted mind of thinking, a man can have a baby. Okay. But there are some of them that have twisted this up to the point where they absolutely think that a biological man can have a baby. Now, that's just plumb stupid. These men who are sticking stuff up their bungholes, and giving themselves, you know, enemas to represent them having a period, and taking, like a lot of laxatives so that they will have cramps. I'm sorry, I just think that is just, those people are crazy. They have literally got something wrong in their brain that they have to feel compelled to do this. Okay. I'm just saying, because normal people don't even go there. All right. I can see a woman, wanting to be a man, and the man with the woman. I can see that. But this extra chaotic craziness of people wanting to have cramps, and then there are some females who are supporting this stuff. Oh, if they want to transition, then allow them to take all the laxative they want to feel, what it's like to cramp for a woman. Now wait a minute, do you know what it's going to do to your stomach? Do you know what it's going to do to the rest of your system? It's going to dehydrate you. It's going to, do you have any idea what it's going to be like? If you're going to do it once or twice to like get that feeling, okay. But for these folks who are doing it like on a regular basis to like be a woman, are you serious? Do you think a woman would volunteer doing this because they're having a period? Wait a minute, hang on. I'm a woman. I want to, I'm not having a period. Wait a minute. What's wrong with me? Well, I'm not pregnant. I don't have cancer in my ovaries or anything. Um, but, I have a friend of mine who is in her late 20s, or maybe she's turned 30. I'm not sure, but had to have her ovaries taken out, because she was starting to get cancer, and now she's not. They operated on. She's much better now. But, at such an early age, to have to lose your insides and to have had nothing but cramps for like almost 10 years, and didn't want to have those kind of cramps and bleeding all the time. And she's mostly gay. And it's like, why would a man want to do that? Why would a man want to volunteer to do that? When here I am, a woman who's lost these and have had all this trouble. Why would a man, I didn't volunteer for it, is what she said. And why would a man, they must be crazy. That was what she said as a gay woman. About 30. So it's like, think about that, Okay, so here are these people who are gay, who have had issues one way or the other, who are looking at some of this stuff that the whoever's trying to push the chaos of the drag and all that kind of stuff is like, seriously? They're shaking their heads and going, no, and now that it's been going on, and certain videos have like hit the main, I say mainstream, there are more people who have seen the videos. There are more people who are like, their gay friends are going, hey, did you see this video? Doesn't that make us look bad? I don't want to be known for that right there. Did you see how that man flashed himself in front of those children? I don't want to be associated. I don't want them associated with the LGs, you know, the lesbians and the gays. I don't want them associated with us. That makes me and my wife look bad, or husband. It makes us look bad. Hey, Mossy Man, how are you doing? I'm a man who sees himself as a lesbian lover. Yeah, I've been a lesbian for a long time. I just didn't know it, Scotty boy. But So the thing is that regardless of, now I'm talking about how other people feel about this. All right. You know, I'm kind of with these folks mostly, actually, in their reaction to some of this stuff, because it's like, you know, the fact that RuPaul and all of these super drags and everything is like a big hit. Like, why is it? And I know straight people who like watching it. So I caught this little clip, and I was looking at some of these. Um, I don't know if they're gay or not, but they're transvestites, right? They like to drag, you know, they like to dress up. What some ugly mofos these guys are. No wonder they want to dress up. If they didn't put makeup on, they'd get caught in the ugly machine. you know, and the ugly monster would just like, oh, there's a really ugly one. Let me eat them first. So, but the idea that it's like there is so much attention placed on these individuals and these lifestyles that, okay, if y'all want to dress in drag, okay. I've dressed in drag a couple of times way back when. We pulled some really funny stuff. Me and my friend, there's a picture that passed around the internet several times, with me and my buddy Hoyt back in the day before he passed away. Um, but which was back in the 80s. But it was just fun to prance around, and it was a joke. Okay. Having been in theater and having been in shows where I've had to wear tights, okay, they're nice on your legs. I can understand why you might want to wear some, hose or some tights. Okay. But the rest of it, and the primping, and having been in the theater, I've met many, gay folks and within the community down around South Georgia down here, Moultrie and Thomasville. So, and so I know about this, right? Now, many of them are dead, not because of AIDS or whatever. I think one gentleman did die of AIDS, but he was a leader in the community and worked for the recreation department for years, and everybody knew Scooter. That's not his name, but anyway, he had a nickname. But to the point, so this idea that somehow I have developed, this attitude about gays or whatever. No, no, because I knew some of these guys who used to love to dress up, you know, and they were beautiful when they did, Of course, they weren't near as ugly as some of these guys, broads that I saw on, on the that show. But anyway, so it's not my opinion, but there are these. It's their opinion. Wait a minute, we've been upstanding members within the community, and now you see these pictures of drag queens and all of this, and how this and that. And wait a minute, I don't want the people in my community to think that I am like that. So the community is backfiring. So whether us straight folks have anything to do with it or not, the the chaotic nonsense that these folks have pushed too far is coming back to bite them. I love it. I do. I love it. I love to see how a plan did not come together. And I think what it's done is instead of becoming inclusive, it's pissed a lot more people off to the opposite side. Like to the point where, y'all trying to get them KKK folks, and they're to the point where, they're like this. Well, I know a gay man, I know a lesbian, them folks are just fine. But I'm gonna go hang me one of them dragsters. In fact, a dragster is what we ought to do is drag him behind the pickup truck. Now that's the KKK, right? Not to the queers anymore, which 30 years ago, let's go, hang a queer or beat him up or whatever, KKK wise. Now they're like, yeah, my aunt turned out she was gay, and man, my uncle, he was gay too. No wonder they never got married. And they almost got married to each other, but now, so the them-uns and the us-uns down here for Southerners, they don't have to hang out with you, but they don't want to, put a cross in your front yard and burn it, by the way, and haul you down to the local swamp and hang you, right? So, but now they're willing to do it to those who are dressing in drag and primping and all. So even the even the KKK mindset has changed. We'll accept them gays, and we'll accept them, them queers, and we'll accept them lesbians. But we ain't gonna accept them guys dressing in drag in front of our children. No, we ain't gonna do that now. So the not in my neighborhood or not in my school or not in my community, um, the communities that this has happened, well, but I don't think it's going to happen in this community, let's say, having known the people. I mean, they threw me out of the library system and I was doing puppet shows, because they found out that I had been on probation because I had been caught, well, growing marijuana on my property. Well, that was sort of a biggie, but even 20 years later, they blacklisted me down here. And so I seriously doubt that a transvestite is going to be able to do a drag show in any community center around here. It just ain't going to go. But for those places that it does happen, the people just haven't gotten together enough. But for the fact that the gay community is saying no, all right, enough is enough. Well, they keep doing it again, and folks are going, no, within the community now. My opinion is my opinion, but watching these other folks, and I have to name it again. Hey, Scotty boy, Chloe, Aaron, Ashtaroth is a demon known to be a man and woman. It has nothing to do with your everyday lady boy. It has all to do with fans pushing an agenda on children. Yep, that's right, Scotty boy. And I mean, there's some folks who are transvestites and they don't like doing it with children. I mean, because it's like, I'm a transvestite and I like to dress up, but I want to do it in front of grown men. I don't want to do it in front of little kids. That makes me really look like a prevert. Grandma's doing porn and grandpa's now a perv. Never mind. Anyway, I'm going to write this song, Grandma's Doing Porn. I got some verses I'm working on, and I will debut it here. Grandma's doing porn, and Grandpa's still a perv. You know, she can spread her legs, but Grandpa's just a jerk. He got caught a jerking to Grandma's porn, it seems, and now they're both arrested. Going. Never mind, Mossy Man. Let's see. The class clown can't be quiet. Yeah, we won't have a good time. Wait a minute. Yeah, work in progress. Yeah. I kind of got the tune going, but I'm trying to get there are things that you're like, what rhymes with prevert? or pervert, or perv, So I'm like, anyway, so but the thing is that it's true, grannies are doing porn, I mean, grandmas are doing porn and they're taking their kids to work and whatever, and there are folks who would say, "Oh, we are declassifying women. We're using them and whatever." And it's like, a lot of folks don't know, but there are a lot of free sites where women show their stuff for nothing, for nothing. Okay. And old women with saggy breasts, and you'd go, God Almighty, why is she doing it, and who's watching her? But to the point though, they're volunteering to spread their legs with a camera up close. Grandmas, well, there are all kinds of folks doing it, but to the point, it's like, wait a minute. Now, that's supposed to be in the privacy of your own home. And for those who want to look it up or do it, okie dokie. But my point is they're volunteering to do it, to show off their private parts. It's one thing for me to do a YouTube video, but if you say, well, Dave, grab the camera and show your thing, I'd be like, wait a minute, I'm sorry, there's a line I'm going to draw right there. I might pull up my shirt and show my breast, but that's as far as that's going. Um, you know, but for grandma to be, showing off her dangles, is like, wait, hang on, wait. The society's mental thing has changed where grandmas are doing it, is my point. And they have the capability, and the capacity, whatever, but to the point that, wait a minute now, but grandpa's still a perv if he watches any of this. There's nothing about grandpas in there, but it's okay for grandmas to do it. Whole website set up for grandmas to do it, and MILFs. Now there's GILFs, grandmas I'd like to mess with, fornicate, and wait a minute, hang on. So is it filth that we're trying to project? Because grandma's doing porn now. Is are we trying to portray a filthy minded attitude? Ooh, look at grandma, she's doing porn. And look at the body parts and the danglies and the swinging jiggies and wait a minute, hang on here. But that's it. There are kids because I have parents who have kids that are riding the school bus. There are kids who are riding a school bus who are still in middle school who are watching Pornhub on their phones, on their laptops and stuff, on the school bus. And there are some 12 and 13-year-olds who know more about some subjects with porn than I do. Because I just kind of, learned about stuff and okie dokie. But some of these kids are like into, the rubber ball and, anal beads. And I didn't know what them things were until, way later on in my life, and there are machines for the women, and now there are machines for the men. There are the fleshlights and these other things that it's like, what? I mean, even some of these things are making it into mainstream stuff by mention. Women in dildos has been around for a while now. They show a banana, they show us something. And everybody who has a little bit of clue, and even children know what that means now. wait a minute, what does that say about our society in general? Well, that's on TV or it's on, it's on the computer or the internet, but kids have access. So they hang around with other kids. But to do a drag show in person in front of children, of, I don't care, of anything under 17 would be too much in public. Is that the only place we draw the line now? Well, you can do the kid blocker and stuff, but they figure out ways to go around it. These kids know how to do a private VPN. I barely understand what that means, but they can go out and watch stuff without their parents knowing because it's private and it's encrypted. And and when you log off, and there's no history because it was this private virtual, uh, place out there where you were watching other things and studying and whatever. So they don't know what you've been up to, really, and these smart kids these days. But you gotta have a machine to do that. You have to have a phone or a computer, and Wi-Fi is everywhere now, so it's not necessarily, you know, how you connect, but you can in different ways, and but that it's available. So now, did the available? This is a hypothesis. I want to kind of did the availability of porn simply by itself, and ain't nobody really pushing porn. It's just out there. Okay. A lot of it free of charge, I'm saying. And so these kids are watching, porn on different, and I mean, Pornhub has been mentioned on different shows and different things. So it's like, what? You know, it's been mentioned in this or that or in whatever it is. Like, wait a minute now. So even the mention of Pornhub is sort of like it's already, people know what that is. Where before it was like, you had to be a porn expert to know what Pornhub was. And now it's just sort of like, oh, everybody's heard of Pornhub now, basically, because it's been mentioned in different shows or this or blah, 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 Okay. So they might not know extensively, ever been to the site. That's not my point, but it has been mentioned and people are more aware of it than they were, just a couple of years ago. So I mean, there are sites on Roku now that are X-rated, and so it's like you can get porn on Roku now if you know what you're doing, and so wait, I wanted to see that. See you next, giggles. How you doing? Never thought I'd hear this from this channel, but I guess we're not dead yet. What is it that you never heard that I'd be doing? Scotty Boy says, all I know is my backside is a one way out, a one way only out. Well, not to be gross, but, about not quite a year ago, I had a colonoscopy as a regular thing because us old people need to get them. I was asleep during the whole thing and I don't have any problems with discomfort, but I'll tell you what, it has messed up my my regular going to the bathroom. Whatever has happened, whatever when they stuck that machine up me, whatever they did while I was asleep, and they took video and pictures, um, but it has messed with my what used to be a regularity. So I would rather, they want me to go back and have one here in another couple of months, and I don't want to go. Cordless power tools, yep. People are more worried about being canceled by their friends in social media than speaking up for what they know is wrong. Yep. Yeah, I would agree, Chloe. They don't feel that it's wrong. Women had cordless tools way before men did. In 1971, I was working for this company. It was actually selling um, cemetery property, and there was a community south of Tampa. Out, I want to. It's the retirement village thing, but anyway, Sun City. But it was south of town, not too far off the harbor, and they were on canals in the backyard and everything, and nice homes. They were $200,000 back then. They'd be worth $1 million now, but so anyway, this guy, him and his wife are going out of town, and he asked me to house sit. And I mean, beautiful place. It got an indoor screened-in pool with access from 3 different rooms onto this courtyard right like thing. Oh, I had a ball. Oh my goodness. So I was in the house and nobody's there. Big, spacious thing. Every room had a radio and a speaker thing, and you could play it all through the house and outside. It was great. This is 1971 now. And so I go into this room just plundering around, and I open this drawer beside the bed, and there is this white thing about yay long, tubular, and I looked at it and I closed the drawer and I thought, that looks like a penis. And I opened the drawer again. Now I'm really naive. I'm like barely 18 years old. I ain't seen stuff like this before. I barely know what a rubber is, let alone any of this other stuff. So there was a housekeeper that I did not know who was staying at the other end of the house. So because I stayed overnight 1 or 2 nights, and I guess I don't know if she knew I didn't know what my schedule was, but I remember we met her coming out of her room and me coming out of this other room, and she was just smiling and just as happy, and she saw me and she went, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here," and just kind of blushed. And I was like, now what was that all about? And then later on I went plundering back in there, and that tool was in a different drawer. And then I was like, I wonder what it is, and I turned it on, vibrated. 1971. So, to your point, Steve, women had power tools long before men did. Absolutely. Cordless tools. Yep. Oh, I did say anal beads, didn't I? Oh, Scotty Boyd, you are absolutely right about that. He says sex has lost its sacredness. I would absolutely agree with that, because to me, even if the girl was easy, I would still want to take her out to dinner and have conversation. I just wouldn't want to go home and fornicate. No, I want to have conversation. I'm a romantic from the old days. Oh, it's 12:04. We'll be coming up on a 20 mark in like 15 minutes. So prepare yourselves. I'm sort of prepared. Um, Joe says children will be hurt by this sort of thing. Yep. And some of them have been. And there are a lot of kids who are coming back out going, um, I changed my mind. I didn't want to be put on all those things. I want to, no. And they're being um, castrated. That's not the right word, but they're being castrated for speaking up, saying, no, I don't want to become a girl. I don't want my ding dong cut off. I don't want to, have the puberty blockers and how I'm feeling. And grandmas don't get pregnant. Society has gone wacko, and I know a couple of grandmas who are like, um, that, okay, I'm a I'm a great grandpa. So, uh-oh. She needs to cough up two forms of picture ID first. And that don't do no good because that can be so manipulated these days. I mean, they can manipulate live video. Just, you know, yeah, the tool department. Well, it's kind of hard to just escape it. But, now they've got products for men that jiggle and do and stuff like that. Now, okay, masturbation's been around as long as men have been around, okay? It just is a fact. But let's just talk about this for a second. Who's going to do the cleanup after this? So you've got this machine now that you have just made a mess in, and but so you got to go in the bath. I don't know because I don't want one of them machines, but there's going to have to be some kind of cleanup, right? Most women that I have heard of, don't have the same kind of cleanup that men have to. Sorry about that, but to the point. So here are these tools for men that are obviously going to need cleaned, or are you just going to throw them away every time that you use them? You know what I'm saying? I just like, I'm sorry, but that may be okay, but I don't want to have to clean the machine. I'm just sorry. But so, all right. But there are guys who like to poke things up their rear end too, and they're straight. Okie dokie. All right. That's the way things are turning. But anyway, I mean, like men using Benoit balls, ooh, anal beads, and they like enjoy them. Okie doke. At least my pork and beans was phenomenal this evening. Easy as suck flying through some pork with onions. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, on a slow burner, and there are folks who do their baked beans and then stick them in the oven, and I have never done that. I've just cooked them on the stove kind of thing. And, I have cooked baked beans, in an open container on the grill and they picked up that. But, as far as me being the type of person who cooks beans and then doesn't bake them, you know, you'll help with the music. Okay. I remember back in 79 when a porn channel bled over to primetime cartoon channel on a Saturday morning. I missed that. But in 79, no, in 79 I was in jail. Yeah, that's why I would not remember that. We had a little black and white portable TV that they let us keep there in the kitchen in the stock room. And because me and the sergeant were buddies, um, he was from South Georgia, where I was from, and we was just Southern boys. but he let us have that black and white TV in there. And but we worked our butts off, and we deserved it, and we were good, and he had good help for 9 months at least there in the kitchen. So he was proud of that. So, but yeah, what time is it? 11 after. Okay, I'm going to go early. But anyway, so in what just watching the news and watching some folks' reactions, the gay community's reactions, as to what's going on, you see, like Joy Behar and some of these folks on The View and some of these things, and they're promoting this stuff, right? And oh, it's all about the Republicans, and oh, it's all about this, and Florida's all against gays and stuff like that. When there are a lot of gays moving to Florida because of some of the other stuff, it's not a redneck state, even though it's southern, you know. But even in the Panhandle, if you're a decent person, they don't care what what nationality you are, or what religion you are, or what sexual preference or whatever you are. Um, but are you a decent person? You know, are you a decent person? That it shouldn't that be like the criteria? Well, you like to wear funny clothes, but are you a decent person? Does so you wear a skirt, but are you flashing your skirt in front of little children? Are you sitting at the playground and are you a man dressed as a girl trying to get in the women's locker room? I mean, so um it would be easier for a man to go to a men's restroom, even though they don't do that. And um because I think a man that goes into a woman's bathroom under any circumstance needs to get beat up by the women in that said bathroom. Ladies, you can beat the immortal crap out of this guy. He has invaded your space. Beat the shit out of him. You have my permission. And any man who dresses like that and goes in a women's bathroom should be aware that women now, a lot of them carry guns, and they will pistol whip you, especially down here in the South. So don't try it. Don't try it. These Southern women will beat up on you. Heading out to drive so she can't chat. Love you all, Mark. She should have asked Scotty. I would have. Pour me a drink and I'll tell you some, yep, unless it's a dude, then not so lucky. Jump is an understatement. Yeah, but the fact that there are grandchildren and great grandchildren. I got one granddaughter who's really confused. I keep praying for her, you know, but she is really confused. And society hasn't helped. And of course, she was in prison and a junkie and all that kind of stuff. And and I still try to communicate with her, but she doesn't reciprocate. So, but I still love her. I still send prayers out. And one of these days, maybe she'll call or write or something. But you can't help them if they don't want help. Now, hopefully, she's getting help from the community and so forth. And she's, not living on the street, and she's out of jail. And she's last I heard, she was an assistant manager at a donut place or something, which is, that's not a bad thing. Donut shops are important. And to be the assistant manager, that's a good thing, especially if you were just out of jail and that kind of thing. So, my love and prayers go to my granddaughter. But in her head, she is so confused about stuff and the sexuality thing and the this and that. And how come my girlfriends don't like me anymore? Well, you weigh over 200 pounds now and you're only 5'5". That might have a little something to do with it. But at the same time, you were so not necessarily skinny, but you were thin and beautiful and you pole danced and all that. And now you're over 200 pounds and you hate yourself. And wait a minute, hang on. How did you get there? You know, just saying, how did you get in that frame of mind? How did you gain 100 pounds? Literally, you were 110 pounds and now you're 230 or something like that. Holy mackerel. And what frame of mind, I can see being in prison and all that, but what frame of mind drove you from being a pretty girl that pole danced to being, for your size, severely overweight, and you hate yourself now? Just saying, you know. And gay or binary or this very or that one, or uh, girls that you were pregnant with by a guy, and can you decide or just be happy to just bounce around, or you've lost your happiness? Or holy mackerel, I would love to talk with my granddaughter and just kind of like bounce stuff off her, like, how did you get there, sweetie? What happened in your life that tweaked you into going there? Has it been, the folks you hang around with? Has what got you to that point? Don't care if you're gay, don't care if you're bi, I really don't. But this fact that you gained all this weight and you did all these things, and your personality changed, how did that occur? And did it occur because of your not understanding about your gayness or your non-gayness or your binary or your bi, or what did that have to do with your present condition? Is what I would like to ask her. I don't care what she is, but did that contribute to her being 100 pounds overweight and not, losing herself? It's 18 after. Yeah. Oh, can't see the moon yet from here. It was big yesterday. Oh, and the day before. I can't believe I forgot to tell you guys. So it was 3 days ago now. I was taking my trash out. Oh, owl feathers. Leave those kids alone. Yeah. All we are is just another brick in the wall. My grandchildren are 6. Yeah. I like them thin, but it's all about the personalities these days. Yep, me too, Mark. But the thing is that, you know, she never was a overweight. You know, I'm just going to go say fat. Um, but she did get pregnant, and she did, so in being pregnant, she gained weight. And apparently, I mean, but she went from 110 pounds to 210, 20 pounds. I mean, wait, gaining a couple of pounds when you're pregnant is acceptable, but 100 pounds, something's gone wrong. Something's flipped in your brain, and to do it in such a short time. But I love her just the same. But how? But in gaining all that weight, which she did to herself, she's not happy with herself anymore, and she's dissatisfied. She doesn't like the way she looks. Well, then lose some freaking weight. You know, I like him deaf with bad hearing. As a wise old man said, smile like a donut. Oh, we had the full moon the other day. This is after we're going into waning moon now. You know, okay, speaking of, I like him deaf. But anyway, for an old man of 70 years old, and I'm speaking about myself. So I'm not dead yet. And I did not intend to be single without a mate, or at least a regular girlfriend that we could roll around once in a while and have fun. Well, not having that, okay, and not wishing to go by it, if you know what I mean, the fact that, that I'm 70 and without sex doesn't mean that I don't want to have sex. you know, it's like, come on, I'm not dead yet. Okay, so I'm 70. Yeah, well, I wished I knew of one of them grandmas, that we connect with. But if me as a grandfather and being 70 years old, if I try to look out there, I'm a pervert. Okay. Oh, there's a 70-year-old man looking for some nookie. Yeah, but there's a 75-year-old grandma she's got pictures, and you can get her number, and you don't even have to go to the local bathroom to get the number, truck stop. So you can get grandma's number by, blah, blah, blah. But if a man does it at my age, for not saying that I'm looking for teenage girls, no, that's not my point. But if the man does it looking for sexual satisfaction, he is automatically deemed the prevert. Well, this old man is looking for sex. Yeah, but it'd be nice to have it with somebody my age that wasn't, 300 pounds, come on, hang on. But, but, unless you join one of these things, which I have, I've joined and met a girl. Actually, it was just that, it was 200 miles away, one trip to go visit, and that just didn't work. But we hit it off, you know. Um, in all kinds of ways, but distance was just, and then I had to go into hospitals and things. This has been 10 years ago, but to the point though, but so now I'm 10 years older, and I still wish that I had somebody that, I could snuggle with and go to the movie with and do some things with, and watch the sun rise or watch the sun set, or whatever, go to a concert, to do something with, to be a companion, but at the same time, still be able to um do a little something on the side, you know uh mutual. But this is it 20, yeah, we done passed it, didn't we? 25, okay. But so, uh, Aaron, good night. Good to see you again. Notice the moon was far south. Yes, it was very far south. So there, ooh, that's a good one. So there are so many double standards in this society of things. And, for a man to solicit for a woman, it's like he's 70 years old. He must be a prevert. It's like, no, I just like some companionship and some friendship. And if there's anything extra, okey doke, I'm not a rich man. I don't have Cadillacs and whatever. So you're going to have to ride around in my old Mazda, or maybe go kayaking with me. And now I'm ready to go fishing. I got everything ready for my boat. So I'm ready to go fishing, you know. Um, any takers, you know. But the idea though that when the men ask or put it out there, we're automatically perverted. Grandmas are selling this stuff and it's okay. Because first it was the MILFs and now it's the GILFs. So the grandmas are, um, are getting into the act of doing porn. So, you know, how how is this going to turn out? I don't have a clue. But at least, you know, the grandmas doing it, they're doing it in the privacy of their own homes, you know. At least it is on like whatever sites or whatever, Um and unless you have access to that, then you ain't going to see grandma's toodly bee. You're not going to see up to her navel, from the outside in. So, but when they have drag shows in public of men doing these things, that to me is gross. That to me is like you should be 18 or above. And so there's a lot of kickback within the community. And I think those who have been pushing it, we'll see how long this takes. But those who are pushing it, I don't think they're ready for the backlash that they're going to get. Man, I like all ice cream. Wish I do have some in the freezer, but you're over there and I'm over here. Mint chocolate chip. I choose not to peep, Grandma. When I was a kid, I mean, a young teenager thing, I used to try to peep on my aunt because I just, that was through a slit in the curtain or something, or, but anyway, but yeah, this stuff now is like, grandma's laid open, boy, howdy, with a camera up her tootie, holy mackerel. You can see the inside of that thing now. They have what? Lord have mercy at technology, but also of what some people will do if you put coffee, cream, or sugar, milk, vanilla ice, and then, yeah, there you go. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by with you, even as a child. Da 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 da. Uh, Hard to get by yourself, girl. Jimmy Cliff. Hard to get by with you, even as a child. Oh, I'm trying to think of his name. Cat Stevens back in the day was his name, and then he changed to something else. But he still played good guitar, and he still had good songs. But yeah, when he changed over and everybody all freaked out and everything was like, yeah, but he's still a good musician and his music, you know, but Peace Train. I don't know who Jimmy Cliff is, Scotty boy. Not heard of him. So after an hour and 15 minutes, if anybody's watching this for I'm probably going to go off topic now. So if somebody's watching, listening, or whatever, I think I've kind of sort of made my, you know, point. But this thing is going to backfire. It's already starting to backfire, and the backfire might turn into a sure enough big ass bomb. And so whoever's trying to push this within all these communities and stuff, it's making people like that poor black girl. I guess I can call her black. I guess she's a girl. The one that's the press secretary now, this Pierre Jean something something. Oh my God. If she's just embarrassing to watch. I can't watch her. It's embarrassing. And she's a gay woman and blah, blah, blah. But you're embarrassing. Oh my God. Trying to placate whoever, whatever. Oh, it has nothing to do with the fact that she's a gay woman. That ain't it. Oh, golly, Moses. But the fact that they're using her as the affirmative action, pay attention to this. She's one of them affirmative action things. When they did the Mulvaney thing on the can of beer, what did Budweiser do? I mean, they almost shot their privates off. What did they do? And Target and some of these other folks, what is wrong with these people? you know, um, just saying, just saying because other people higher up told them it was okay to do this, and you should promote this because see, we're flying the flag outside of the White House, and we're doing all this gay pride stuff. As Dave Rubin on the Rubin Report said today, he said, "I'm so glad Gay Pride Month is over. Now we can get back to normal." That's what he said. And I was like, yeah, you know, um, a gay man and his husband are tired of Gay Pride Month. I mean, what does that say about what's going on? So that's what I mean. It's fiction to not implode upon itself, I would say, because implosion would suggest that this stuff would just kind of die out and implode upon itself. Well, the more they try to promote this stuff, with the transvestites and the dressing and that kind of is what I mean. And promoting the they them and the androgyny. Okay, be androgynous if you want to. But don't make me call you a they. That suggests plural. There is a singular person who wants to be called or referred to as they. That means if you want me to call you a they, then you have a multiple personality disorder and should be taking meds and going to therapy. You want me to call you a them? That's sort of a past tense. Them, like them over there. So now that still means you have a multiple personality disorder in that you want me to refer to you in the plural. What the? I'm sorry, but what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm a they or a them. There's only one of you. But you're a they? They what? They, them what? That's plural. Wait a minute. Are you one person? I'm a they. Refer to me as they. They what? I mean, but so the word they now has some kind of new meaning. And they didn't tell us, you know. They seem to know. Refer to me as they or them. Them what? Them hypocrites? Them dumbasses? Them shit bank queer deadheads? Them what? Just asking, you know, you're a them? Them refers to something else. But now you have created a new subtext for the word them or they. Hmm. What? What? So they, them have created their own issues by trying to refer to themselves as this because guess what? It makes them look like a dumbass. So they want to be taken seriously. Okay. So you're having a gender identity issue. Okay. So you want to be genderless. Okay, because you haven't decided yet. Okay. I mean, I can go along with this, but why do I have to call you anything? If you have big boobies and you were born as a woman and I call you ma'am because you look like a woman and you sound like a man. Hey la la le lo la. Anyway, but in this conversation though, you say, but I'm sorry, but you're not a ma'am. You would rather be called, and you're not a man. So can I call you sir or no? I'm a them. Hey them. Hey they. You know. So I want to say, hey ma'am, or hey lady, or hey sir. That's not acceptable now. So I'm going to call out to someone, them, you, they, you. You see what I mean? That's just stupid. I'm sorry. Am I like not? I can get what they seem to do up to a point, and then it just gets stupid. I can see where they say, "Well, I'm non-binary." You haven't figured it out yet. Okay, but to request that you be called they or them, I think is just over the top with this one. Damn it, Mark, but non-dairy coffee cream powder. Oh, that non-dairy. Oh my God, that hydrogenated oil stuff. That oh my God, that is nasty for the body. Oh man. Hey Pearl, how are you? I address people as sweetie, darling, honey. Yep. And down here in the Southerners, I went in to order something the other day at whatever it was, and there's a black woman behind the counter. What do you want, darling? And I said, well, I'm not quite sure. Well, sweetie, when you figure it out, just let me know. And I said, okay, baby, and, I'm an old white dude, and here's a middle age ish, 40 above black woman. And we're having this darling honey thing back and forth in public. I might add you at whatever store or whatever I was at. And it was perfectly fine. She didn't mind. I didn't mind. It's just the way it is, you know. And I agree with you, Pearl. I've been sending you prayers, Pearl. I hope things are working out for you. Like sour cream, I only buy Daisy brand. No weird things in it. The pronoun game. What works good for lactose intolerant? Sour cream. It's still cream, ain't it? Yeah, the old Jerry, uh, not Jerry Clower, Jerry Reed. Yeah, she got the gold mine and I got the shaft. You know, kind of shaft. Ha ha ha. Making milk out of non-dairy creamer. Oh, that non-dairy creamer, the hydrogenated that stuff that how they make it. I'm used to have use it all the time. And then my chemist friend showed me some stuff that I wish I could remember about how you put it in water and do this or that, and how they make the stuff, and how it how they take oils and they pump it full of air, and then they do this and that, and they make this foam, and then they dry it, and it's like what? And he goes, yeah, you want to put that in your coffee every time, and I have a big heaping teaspoon and putting it in there and stirring it up. And, he said, you know what that's going to do to your system? And, and that was 20 some odd years ago. And I quit using it. And he's like, if you're going to put something in, he said, use real cream or milk, you know? And so I have. I've been on that ever since. Used to refer to me as her non-dairy creamer. Well, it's not just the GMO stuff, Mark. It's the fact that how they process the oil to get what they get. It's just not good for you because it's not digested in the system is one of the issues. Um, and there was something about clogging up other things from working right or whatever, and it's bad on your stomach, and and so, and I used to have a lot of stomach issues, and then when I quit doing some of these things, as I've talked about, I quit drinking water out of the bottles all the time, and I moved to cans instead of plastic, um, and certain changes, and I at 70, I still don't have arthritis like some other people do. And my arthritis went away when I quit drinking out of plastic bottles all the time. So, but, I have noticed cause and effect by myself. But, like the drinking, you know, all that with all that coffee creamer I used over the years. When I found out more about it, I was like, I just can't put this in me, you know? And so I've made it to 70, almost 71. Ooh, September's right around the corner. I'll be 71. Oh my God. But I'm so grateful for this last year. And I'm grateful for all of you, my friends. Um, and, to get on here and see y'all in the chat room and chatting back and forth. And, you know, I love reading your comments and some of the stuff you got to say and things. And so I've got over 500 and some odd subscribers. And if any of my subscribers get to the end of this, thank you so much. Thank you, my dear friends, over this last year of helping me get through my heart attack. I went and had my water therapy today. The first, sure enough, in the pool water therapy. Oh my God, they have cameras underneath the water so while I was on the treadmill walking, I could see my posture. And so the lady who I was very dissatisfied with last week, um, we glazed over what happened last week and went on with what goes on. But the fact that she could sit in a chair and watch the monitor and watch my profile as it was being, I don't know if she was filming it or not, but, as I was on the treadmill, with water up to my chest. So very interesting how that worked out and how the exercises actually are. But I knew myself that as soon as I could become buoyant, in other words, some of these walking exercises, which really hurt when I'm standing on dry land kind of thing because of the gravity on my back, the fact that I was able to be buoyant while I'm exercising my legs and literally walking at a mile and a half per, you know, and watching my profile underwater and all this, I was like, wow, now this is really cool. And I can really tell a difference after just one session today. So I'm really glad that I have pushed for the water therapy. And I'm glad this young lady has not turned into this little Miss Prude that she kind of sort of is. But I kept saying, hang on, back up, go over that again for me, please. And I told her ahead, I said, when you speak to me and you turn your head away from me, I can't hear you. I can't understand you. So speak to me while looking at me. That keeps her from just walking around and you. No, no, no. Look at me. You're my therapist. Look at me. Tell me what you want so I can hear you. And I'm reading her lips too. And I want to see what her body language is. But when she turns away and walks around and I want you to do this, no, 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 no. So I have demanded a few things, which is my way of helping to control the situation versus just letting her just go off on her little thing. And even though she's the therapist and that's her little room in there, um, you need to be a little bit more aware of the people that you're dealing with. Speak to me, not at me or around me. Make sure that I can see and understand what you want me to do, and I'll be more than happy to do it. And I told her early on, I said, listen, I know how to follow directions, but I have to be able to hear them, and I also have to be able to understand them. So give me the directions, but so I can hear them and understand them, and I'm good. So by the end of it, she was like, okay, you got 4 minutes. And I didn't know what she meant. But there's these two spots under the water near the front, I guess, of the treadmill underwater. And from a little distance, they almost look like speakers. But what it was is the turds I just flushed were floaters. They weren't sinkers, huh? You've been eating rice cakes or something there, Travis? Rice cakes float. Never mind. I don't know if rice cakes float or not. But, Rice Krispie treats, they might float. But anyway, to make sure that she didn't like sort of run over me, that was my way of controlling her. Like, no, turn and look at me, please, And I was very nice and, kind and considerate, but I had to stop her twice and say, please turn around. I can't hear you. After explaining to her at first, what I meant by that. So, but anyway, she was very, she looked down on me and was very down, speaking down to me last week. And this time around, I didn't mention anything or try to, I'm still kind of pissed at her behavior, but um, I was able to manipulate her behavior today simply by asking her to turn and speak to me so I could understand. Um, but anyway, well, Dave, oh, you're so manipulative. No, I just wanted to calm her ass down. She was being overly, you know, hang on, I'm an adult. Treat me as such. I'm not a child. I'm not an idiot. And I told her, I said, she goes, "Oh, you know how to swim?" I said, "I used to be a lifeguard, you know." "Oh." And I said, I have done water therapy because of my leg several times when I was like 17. And so this is not my first rodeo. What would you like for me to do? "Oh." So I wasn't the idiot, blah blah. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I know what I'm. So, oh, must have been the Taco Bell. Oh God, Taco Bells will kill me. Just look her in the eye and say, "Hold on, I'm almost finished." It didn't rain your way, Barry. It rained again this afternoon. The spotted rain showers. Yeah, Steve, I was looking at the rain showers across you guys' area and noticed that there were showers in the area. Didn't know if you had gotten them. Cola flavor candy, like hard candies. Well, they used to have root beer barrels, and I loved them. Not all the time, but a good root beer barrel. And something else that got mentioned the other day, and one of the things that we had lost, it seems to me, is that you used to go home and get some vanilla ice cream and a glass and put 2 scoops in it and pour some Coca-Cola over it, and you had a Coca-Cola float. Or root beer is still my favorite over ice cream. Now, these days, folks just don't do that. They'll do a this, or they'll go to the Dairy Queen, they'll get a blah, blah, blah. But you talk about, to the younger folks about, man, you ever had a good root beer float? And they look at you and go, what's that? Well, go home, put 2 scoops of ice cream in a glass, you know, and pour some cold root beer over it, and make sure it's a good root beer. Now, don't buy some crappy shit. Get some good root beer. Well, because back in the day when, there were A&W root beer places, and you went and everybody got a root beer float Sundays after church, man. You go through down that, and get a root beer float. Oh, God, the best thing in the world. But you don't hear about root beer, well, floats much anymore. And of course, we tried different kinds of, sodas with ice cream, different kinds of ice cream with different sodas. And Mountain Dew does not make, in my opinion, a good float. No, root beer or cola. Pepsi will work, but Coke to me still has it over Pepsi. As I'd rather drink a Pepsi than a Coke, but Coke is better on a float, in my humble opinion. There's this guy I seen on YouTube, a YouTube short the other day, making homemade ice cream. And he took this round, you know, water jug thing, plastic, that you put water in, put the lid on, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he put his ingredients and some ice in one of those, and it was strapped to his wheel of his vehicle, the rear wheel of his vehicle. And they had the lid on tight. And what he did was, after he got everything in there, he drove around the neighborhood. And by the time he got back to the house, they had ice cream. And I was like, now that's just insanity, but okie doke. We used to take turns turning the crank back in the old days. It was fun. You sat around, you poked your finger in the thing to make sure that the water came out. You wanted the ice to be in there, and you added the salt to it, and the whole experience of churning the ice cream was that was the fun part, was to churn it. I want to do a little bit, and as little kids, how come I can't do it? Well, as you kept churning, it got harder to churn. So they would put us little kids on the fast patrol. And we got there at the beginning when we could churn it and it was easier. But then when it got harder, then the older folks had to jump in and finish off the ice cream. But to take the ice cream and take it out of that, they were stainless steel cans back in the day with the batter thingies on the inside. But you used to kind of argue who's going to get the plates, kind of thing, and who wants to this, and oh my God. But the taste of homemade ice cream, yum yum, and the fun we had churning it, back then. You like coffee flavor ice cream, moose tracks and bunny tracks. Yeah. And back in the day, folks, just if you made homemade ice cream, it was just vanilla. But nobody thought to make chocolate or whatever. But as we got older, the kids, we started like I have a Christ on ice cream ball with the kid. Oh yeah. It makes ice cream as they bum out. Yeah, the ice cream. But one of the things we had, because they ran a little store, and so man, I love maraschino cherries, and they bought these little bottles of cherries that they stocked in the store. So one day we was talking about it, and so, I wonder what would happen if we dumped one of these little jars of cherries in the ice cream. Well, that started the cherry vanilla ice cream for us. Oh, good night, Joe. Good to see you. Be safe and stay healthy. But so making, putting that little jar of maraschino cherries in there, and or should we cut them up or we just put them in whole? Well, we don't know, so we just put some in there. And I can't remember if somebody said, "Well, is one going to be enough?" So they added another part of another one of them little jars of cherries in there, and we just went to churning. Well, buddy, that was some of the best damn ice cream, you know. So just regular vanilla with one of them little jars of maraschino cherries in there, the juice and all, just dumped it in there. OMG, that was good. Bum out. Rats, all of the stores are closed now. I guess I'll have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah, we get to talking about stuff. Oh, Barry, listen, yesterday we was talking about, I was talking about, 4th of July and picnics and stuff. And I had this flash of a big bowl of tater salad. Well, when I went to my friend's house yesterday to shoot off fireworks, and his little kids just had a ball. I love sitting with his girls and the little kid too, but to sit there and ooh and ah at the fireworks going off, it was just great. It just warmed my heart sitting with them chillins and being able to watch their in the darkness, watching their eyes and them oohing and all, and I was just a whooping, and they'd whoop along with me, and it was just great. Where was I headed with that? Well, I don't know. It has something to do with ice cream. I do have ice cream in the fridge in the freezer. But there was just something about the simple things in life. 2 scoops of vanilla with some with a cola on top, and get yourself a straw and have yourself a ball, And just some of these kids these days it's all got to be some kind of super duper something, and it's got to be a this or it's a that or it's a blah blah blah. Well, but what about some of the simple stuff that was really good, and you didn't have to go out of your way, a little jar of cherries and some homemade ice cream, you know, and or something like that. But anyway, oh, the tater salad. Oh, when I went over there and hung out with them, they cooked steaks out on the grill, and they had macaroni, seashell macaroni and cheese, and a strange way of cooking sauerkraut, but it was good. Um, and it was mashed taters instead of tater salad. So, but with my sitting from here to yonder over there, it almost looked like tater salad. And I told her, I said, "Oh, tater salad." And she goes, "Not quite. It's mashed potatoes, but it was lumpy and had the skin still in it, kind of thing." And I was like, "It wasn't tater salad, but it was taters. It was good." So I almost got what I wanted, or as far as that's concerned. So that was interesting. But I still want some tater salad now. Uh, Somehow I got to go to the store and get me some taters. I would make some. I just don't have any taters. So today I my friend was late picking me up for my therapy, and I was bound and determined I was going to get there. So I'd been in and out of my truck here starting it and stuff, and the clutch has gone out of it. So I got in it today, yesterday, and the other day, and kind of moved it and drove it around the yard a little bit, and the clutch was working. And I'm like, well, that's good news. Do I have enough faith to drive it into town? You know, since it failed on me before. So I was like, I got to get to the therapy. I got to get to therapy. So I just got in the truck and hauled ass. Only had to shift it a couple of times to get there. So I'm like, okie dokie, I made it. And I mean, right on time, like to the minute. Um, but I didn't trust myself with the truck to drive around town much. But my friend Rhonda, she felt so bad because she was a half an hour late that she met me in town to make sure that I got back on the road and got home okay. So she drove me around town to get some meds and other stuff. But if my truck will continue to get me back and forth a couple of places before it breaks, I got parts ordered that are supposed to be here on Friday delivered. So if it does give me any trouble, I can, I've got brand new parts to fix it with. But it's the first time that I drove my truck since the operation, which was in March, the 2nd of March, I think it was. So the fact, I mean, it was really weird driving. I was like going down the road and I was like, wow, this is weird. Um, you know, uh, it dawned on me, you're driving your truck. Yeah. Well, but the clutch was bad. Yeah, but she's running great, and everything. And holy crap, you're driving. Yeah. How long has it been? March, April, May, June, almost 5 months, 4 full months at least that I haven't driven any vehicle, let alone my own. But shifting gears and just the whole mechanics of driving, I was like, golly, this is like walking. I got to learn how to drive again. It was just weird. So, but the fact that I'm driving and the truck is at the moment cooperating, Now I want to put the boat that I just paid for down to the river. Barry, I am ready to go to the river. Good night, Joe. I am ready to go to the river. I got my little fishing pole and trying to exercise it, everything. I put my trolling motor, which was like 10 feet away from the end of the boat, onto the boat to see how it would fit. And now I got to get the batteries from this end of the yard down there. But I'm ready to go fishing. I got all the right paperwork and everything. Everything's legal, beagle, beep. And the river was up to 14 feet, and now it's down to about 6, or probably closer. Well, I don't know. We got some more rain. It's probably getting close to 5 feet at the moment. But I'm ready to go fishing. I'm ready to take this thing down to the river, and since it's got everything, it's legal beagle with the state and everything. I can use my trolling motor. I can use my regular motor too if I could get the thing started. But I'm ready to go putzing. I'm ready to go fishing. So anybody want to go with me? I'm ready to go fishing. I got my boat and everything ready. There's an empty seat because I don't think Duggar will sit there. Yeah, tater salad. Um, I'm going to go to my point is now that my truck is running and I could actually get in and out. I'm really sore from my exercise today and the exercise of getting in and out of my truck. Getting in and out of my truck is difficult. And after doing it a couple of times, I'm sore. So I tried putting my butt down and then swinging in. My truck is not made for that. So I try to lead with one leg and then bring the other one in, kind of thing. I can do that, but it hurts. There's a little portion in there that's like, owie, 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 owie. Okay. So the fact of my driving, going to the store, getting in and out, you know, walking around the store, but going to a lot of places and in and out of the truck and in and out and do it, and that ain't going to happen. To go somewhere and get in and out and then come back and get in and out, yeah. Today was almost too much in and out, but I had to get my meds and I had to, you know, um, do some banking and I had to do some other stuff and I had to get in and out. So, but I noticed that it's not the going and the initial in and out of the truck. I'm good with that. But by doing it, getting in and out, that's exercise. So now I'm going to try to get to therapy on my own now that my truck's running. Oh yeah, agreed, Steve. The ice cream thing. Um, I mean, I'm talking early 60s. This is like 61, 2, 3, 4. I mean, early 60s, where folks just weren't normally doing it. They just everybody was just happy with homemade vanilla ice cream. But when we as a family started mixing stuff, we had all kinds of different kinds of ice cream. So I agree with you. We have the Amish that supplies the local grocery store with potato salad. Oh, goodness gracious. We don't have Amish, we have Mennonites. And they have a bread store down in Thomasville where I'm going in on my road. Oh my God, them ladies can bake. OMG. I mean, fresh breads and pies and cakes. Oh my God. I say they're a little pricey. They got to pay for the building and everything. And you don't mind because it's the Mennonite ladies who have made this look. It's sort of like a knitting group or, what do you call them things? A quilting bee. And so these ladies got together and were baking pies and cakes and selling them in different places. And this is, oh man, 30 some years ago, easy, or maybe even 40, but at least 30. And they set up this booth at the big expo that they have here every fall. And they would sell their pies and cakes. And folks was like, man, y'all ought to open a store. Well, so they did. And the men got behind them and they got a loan and they got a nice building with a little parking lot and everything in a good location. And it's not in Thomasville, but it's just a mile outside the city limits. So very convenient, but still in the country, easy access. But these ladies have, so as their baking skills were just, going out and to raise money for the church, and they still do raise money for the church. But now it's a full-fledged business, and folks all around know about the bread store. I just had some Amish macaroni salad just a second ago. Oh my goodness. I got some hard salami at the butcher shop, and quite frankly, the Walmart hard salami is way better, more expensive. Ain't always better. That's true, Travis. I got some hard salami again, and it's from the dollar store, and I can't remember the name of it, but it comes in a pack, and it's I really like it. Me and Duggar share. There are times when I'll just go to the refrigerator and just get a piece of that hard salami and just munch on it. Um, uh, I have hot dogs for snacks for Duggar. So, the canned dog food that I give him and whatever snacks we have, to supplement and make sure he gets enough food. I give him treats, I give him hot dogs. People are like, oh my God, all the stuff that are in hot dogs and this. We're talking about dogs who will go out and eat shit. They will literally find a pile of shit and eat it. I caught him trying to eat some of the cat shit and I was like, get out of there. No wonder you smell like, get out of there. Don't I feed you enough? But anyway, so I give him hot dogs. So today I bought like 5 pounds or five packages of hot dogs because they had them on sale. And showing up because he'll go through. I try to keep him at a half a pack of hot dogs a day, and I'll go get something to drink, and he'll follow me in the kitchen, and I'll make him do his paw thing, and then I'll give him a hot dog treat, and it supplements his what he don't like dry food, and so I give him canned food, which is quite expensive now. It used to be less, like 85 cents a can. Now it's $1.20 a can. It went up significantly. I spend almost as much money on feeding Duggar and the cats as I do myself. So they have become very expensive to feed and take care of. What time is it? Is it getting a 20 almost? I didn't realize I was going to be on here for another hour. There's a restaurant there that if you leave hungry, yeah, I understand. What's good putting mustard on pepperoni? You eat pepperoni plain, and after that, it's like, what's this? Yonder must be more commonplace than I thought. It's here in the northern Indiana too. What, using yonder? Yoder. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I think, what is it? Is it Yoder or is their last name? It sounds like it. I don't know if it's Yoder or not. Yo, something. Travis, you talking about Mennonite? There was this one Mennonite lady that I met years ago, and I swear to heaven, we hit it off, and I wasn't married at the time, and I had just moved here on the place, and they had not established the business and all. And I'm sure that I was a little older than her, but probably not much. I would say she was 19 or 20, and I was like maybe 25 or 6. I don't know. I might have been 30, but But anyway, um, I worked at the expo that year, and had a specific job, and it was to work, and it was the dining room for all it was the vendors' dining room, and so the ladies did the cooking and the baking for the vendors' dining room, and as part of their thing, and I was there to make sure that everything ran smoothly. They stayed in the kitchen and I worked the cafeteria, I mean the tables, and cleaned them, and then was the go-between between the kitchen help and any of the vendors that might have had a problem. So, but anyway, in doing so, there was this one young lady. Oh man. And all we did was flirt. And it was literally, and I mean, when I say time, hard time, being around this lady. And I had to, because she was one of the younger, and the ladies stayed in the back. And I think some of the older ladies in the back were actually kind of trying to get the two of us together, which was I would have joined. I would have for her, I would have joined. She was an absolute delight. But anyway, you know, so having met some of these people locally and over the years, uh, you know, with through the bread shop and all, Mennonite don't care, but y'all live in peace, and you use machinery, but your basic concept of people to the land is the same. You want to work close with the land, and you understand how it is, and a horse and buggy is great, but a tractor is even better because it covers more territory. And so they just like the Mennonites are just practical Amish, in my humble opinion. Old order Mennonite, like Emma and Jacob Yoder. I want to say that I think their last names, and I mean, literally, the church is over in Meigs, like 6 miles behind me over there, until she ran off with my English grandpa. I've born a few times with the Amish community, and boy, talk about great fun. Yeah. So, I've told people that if I was to become a quote Christian community kind of person, that the Mennonites seem to be the best of the group. Now, having been raised Catholic and seen all these other religions and stuff, it's like I've read these people are close to the land. They understand, they have made this, you know, their idea corresponds with me as far as their interpretation of the Bible. Man is supposed to be dominion over the earth. And their idea of dominion is my idea of dominion. Our being dominion means that we are caretakers. It doesn't mean that we tear everything up and dig up everything. And no, we work with the soil and with the earth. We are caretakers. not killers. And, but anyway, so and of any of the religions, ooh, it's 120, right on the money. And their idea of marriage and family and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, of all the religions that, if I was to like fall into one, the Mennonite, I, there aren't any Amish around here, so I can't relate. But I don't know if the horse and buggy is like, I like that idea and horses and things, but I think the Mennonite are smarter, in that they're using tractors. And, if there are several different, different families, and they share the work, and, they've got a community tractor. And so after they paid that one off, they bought another one. So if one breaks down, or, Joe over here is working on his fields, they can do this over here. And the idea that, you know, they're doing the same thing, but they're using tractors and equipment, you know, and they have learned to barter with the local community. In other words, if they grow cotton for a crop, and so they can plant it and they can do everything and grow it, but they don't have a combine. So they have become part of the community, to where instead of trying to combine cotton on your own, which is a pain in the, in the hand, um, that you have become friends with one of your neighbors who may not be Mennonite, um, but that, you can either borrow their combine, rent it, or rent them and they'll come over and combine your cotton for you. So you are self-sufficient within a particular, depending on the availability of tools for yourself in farming, because there's a lot of stuff, right? So if you don't have it, you have become friends with the community. And, some of your neighbors, hey, Alex, how are you? Have been down to the bread shop and have met your wives or kinfolk or whatever, working at the bread store. So, you go, oh, yeah, your husband, he works that farm up there. Well, tell him if he needs anything, let me know. Oh, all right. So anyway, so where the Amish, I'm fixing to get high. It's 123, and I just packed some more in the bowl. So let's have that at Ganji Man. So, but what I'm saying is from what I understand about the Amish, they're kind of sort of self-centered in that it's got to be another Amish family. Where the Mennonites have become friends with other farmers and people within the community. They still are, their own folks in their own community, but they accept help from other people and have helped other people. So where the Amish is kind of sort of just self-centered, in my humble opinion, from what I know, they stick to themselves. Mennonites have become part of the community. They send out flyers. Welcome, on Sundays, we have a big thing. Come and eat with us after our thing. Come and sit and get to know each other. And they send out these flyers once a month. I get them in the mail. And so for anybody in the community and folks in Megs, and my friends went to the Mennonite church one day and they were like, man, there's some really nice people over there. And they would come in, and blah, we did worship, we stayed for lunch. And so it's like, why not go and socialize with them kind of people? If your heart is in that way, why not go and and sit around and visit and sing songs and go to church. And from what some of these is like, they don't call it worship, they call it fellowship. I like that. I really, really like that, you know. So we're going to get together on Sundays and we're going to have a fellowship. You know, one of the great guys, the deacons, he's going to read some out of the Bible. And then when we get done and we sing some songs and prayer, then we're going to go have a big dinner and everything. And we're going to socialize and we are going to, you know, wow. That's the Mennonite church over here. So it's like, can't see anything wrong with that. And the people who have been have all come out of the same thing going, wow, that was really nice. Nice people, you know. So, but anyway, so I'm glad that these folks over there are successful. I really am, you know, and that they have been successful within the, you out of here, Steve? Yeah, you too, Steve. I'll talk to you soon. Hope you continue getting up. You got your roof finished, right? So I hope it don't leak. Did they get your gutters up? If you ain't left yet. So here's something that kind of sort of going back to the original topic for tonight. Ooh, that was really good. I wonder how the Mennonite, because the Amish don't supposedly watch television or do movies or whatever, but the Mennonites do. Not as much, but still do. I wonder how these people feel about some of this sure enough craziness. I mean, because their mindset is community and the church and the land and farming and, you know, really down, showing up down home country folk in so many ways. To what some of this chaotic gayism going on or queerism, I'll just use that word because it sort of, for me, it includes all of the above. Yeah, Mark, need me a fellowship. Yep. I've been seriously thinking about just going over and just hanging out, just doing a Sunday, you know. But it's been so long since I've been anywhere on a Sunday, but church wise kind of thing. I don't know how I'd act. You know, I guess just put on a pair of blue jeans and a shirt and be presentable, you know, which I would do anyway, but, you know, and just go over and sit and see what it's like, you know, and just hang out and observe, you know, and I'll interact or whatever, but, you know, just it'd be as an observer of many years. It would be interesting, you know. Um, and yeah, I'm still a Christian, and yeah, I'm okay with the Bible, and I don't know how the Mennonites would be as far as forcing Jesus on me, kind of thing. That would be an interesting thing to observe. Where if I went to a Baptist church, I know that preacher's up there to, you know, to preach, and you know, and he wants Jesus in my heart, you know. And I don't know if a Mennonite church is going to have that kind of preacher. So it'd be interesting to see what the preaching is like at a Mennonite church versus some of the other churches that I've been to and denominations. So that would be interesting, you know. Kind of sort of take a picture in my mind, you know, and go and see how it goes. Also, as much as I would hate to say it, but to hang out after church for some of that Mennonite cooking, That might be worth it just to go hang out. It's like you get a vacation if you'll come, come and let us, try to sell you some property, sell you a condo, free weekend if you'll sit through a presentation. Okay. So it's like, if you'll sit through church, we'll feed you when you're done. Oh, okay. White shirt, button up, black pants, and black shoes. Yeah, I don't think I could accommodate that at the moment. But a new pair of clean blue jeans with I don't know if I have any dress shoes anymore that fit me. So my dress shoes might be my clean pair of black and white sneakers with clean socks. Um, and a nice pullover polo shirt kind of something, because all my other clothes are upstairs and I still can't get up and down the stairs yet. Um, but I wouldn't go crummy footed. You know what I mean? Just half past. I would be clean and presentable. You know, I don't. If it was winter time, I've got some flannel shirts and some button up shirts, and I would wear something like that. So I would be presentable to go in that respect, beings that, we're country folk around here. If somebody showed up to church in some blue jeans at the local country church, I don't mean one of the big high tech ones in town, but you know, that, you know, times have changed enough, is like they'd rather see you come to church than what you're wearing, especially the Mennonites. They get it, you know. A pair of bib overalls, you got a clean pair of bib overalls, and you got a good clean straw hat, and your shirt's nice and clean, and you don't smell like hog manure, because even Mennonites on Sunday have to still feed up. You know what I mean? So you can have that tendency to show up for church and have that lingering farm odor on you. But anyway, that as and yes, I would say this, in that as a shaman in training, I think it would be a um, having had a little spurts of like the Mennonite kind of thing early on, would be interesting now after all these years to go attend one of their, or a couple of their meetings. Who knows? I might go over there and go, nah, this just ain't for me. And it might be that I go over and go, not bad. Folks are singing, and because I like to sing, and I like to sing in a group, and I like to do harmony. And so, to go and participate and sing, and all right. um, you know and at my old age, I don't have much communication with anybody, and that's one of the things about the old ladies around here in the neighborhood. They go to church. Well, they believe in Jesus and all that too, but they go to church because of the fellowship that they have between the different women, right? A lot of the elderly women around here, their husbands have died before them, and so they go to church for the community thingy. And New Bethel on the right behind me down here, over here on the other side of the river. The ladies that show up there, and Wednesday night is more a social than it is a preaching kind of thing. And the ladies love it. They get together, it gives them something to do. And if they live here in the community, they don't have to drive very far to the church, and all that is good. It's good for the human spirit, for these ladies to be helping each other out and so forth. And you know, and a lot of these folks, they see this literally queerism going on. I mean, if it's queer eye for the blind eye or whatever the name of that is, I can use the word queerism. But for the queerism of stuff, for these older ladies and stuff, and oh my God, and how they're embarrassed, and I'm embarrassed, okay, with some of this stuff. And I'm supposed to be a, open-minded, clear thinker. I'm embarrassed by some of this stuff. So where do we go from here? I, I'm personally, my guys seem to think, you know, a lot of this, I myself personally try not to show it, but in some ways, I got my panties in a wad over this because I just think it's so fucking stupid. Whoops, I slipped. But I do. Since I said it, I'll just say it again. I just absolutely think it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, Barry, my grandmother would literally die with some of this stuff that's going on to even think about. Oh my God. Just she knew about stuff, but she was still pure of heart. I mean, she had two kids, so but so she knew what was going on. But in that respect, it was between a man and a wife, and it was, even though they weren't religious, it was still, they still stayed married, and they were very close to each other. My grandma and grandpa, and until he passed away, and then they weren't so close to each other. He went to the funeral home. Anyway, that's a bad joke. It's from, anyway, never mind. But as Granny lived out her life as a single woman, she didn't want to try to go out and meet any men or anything like that. And she watched TV, and she was had watched movies, so it wasn't like, she hadn't heard curse words or nothing like that. And but she just wasn't, um, a woman about town and knew about all these things. No, but she wasn't stupid either. But to hear some of this stuff nowadays, oh my God. I mean, she knew Chucky was gay. She knew Chucky and Tom were a couple. She didn't really know what they did together. She kind of assumed that they must have, a little this and a that and a back door. Okay, but she didn't want to know anything else about it. But they adored my grandmother and she adored them. Tommy fell in love with Grandma Raleigh, and every time she showed up, it was, hi, Miss Raleigh, hi, Grandma, and we all, I started somewhere along the line, started calling her Granny. And then everybody just picked it up. Hey, Granny. And it was sort of like, it wasn't like Beverly Hillbillies Granny, but we just all called her Granny instead of Miss Raleigh or whatever, and she loved it, because I asked her, I said, I used to call you Granny, it was just between you and me, but she goes, no, 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 all the other kids in the neighborhood, and then we went out on the carnival, and she'd go visit and walk around. Hey, Granny, how you doing? And some of the guys would call her Miss Granny, and she loved it. But if she had heard about any of this stuff, and it wasn't like I said, she knew Chuck and Tom were gay on the carnival kind of thing, and so it wasn't like it was a secret. But this other stuff, and it's now after all these years and me being 70, I'm with relatives that are gay and this and that and the other, to see this stuff, I'm appalled and like no. But to see the community, and here's the thing, the LG community, lesbians and gays, LGB, let's leave the T off because that's what they want to do. So Um, these folks are saying we don't want to be associated with the trans people, or the not trans. Um, anyway, I'm confused at the moment. But anyway, to just, yeah, transvestite, yeah, trans, yeah, that's right. So there's the moon. Took it a while to get up tonight. Well, it's 12:40 Central Time, and also here at the house. Actually, it's 1:40. Well, it's 1:47. Yeah, that's Eastern Daylight Time. I don't want to know nothing about it, Hawkeye. No, there is a Pentecostal church directly across the street from my house. Oh, my first wife was Pentecostal. Holy Jesus. And them people are all is what's known as a dying church, because all the penitentiary are dying off. Yeah. Oh, hey, Brandy, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't want to know nothing about it. Yeah. What, them folks? Yeah. Um, but so, yeah, from a shaman and training point of view, to go and sit with the Mennonites, might be a really, who knows about that spiritualness about it. Because of what I've heard of other people too, and hey, how you doing, David? Anything on Dante? You know what? No, which is interesting. And the other two channels that are sort of back, not his channel, but other back channels, there's been nothing from there either. But there's also a lot going on over there. I mean, with the war thing. And we all knew that, as he has showed, drones and stuff going over his house, how volatile the situation is. And so I have meditated on the subject. And it was the other day, um, that I was meditating on the subject, and I was like, I hope everything's okay out there. And the answer I got back, which was kind of weird, was that, yeah, but it's very tense. So if my angel connections are any good at all, David, things are very tense over there. And that the message that I got back was to hang in there. Um, we would have heard something if anything bad had happened. So think of it that way. No news is good news. That's what they say. So, if we haven't heard from the two back channels and that channel that something has happened, somebody's house got bombed or something like that, I think we would have known had something tragic actually happened. That's the messages I've been getting. And to me, that makes sense. It's like, don't overreact because we haven't heard anything. A couple of years ago, there were months we didn't hear anything from Dante. I was freaking out. I did a video about it, and this was freaking out. Well, there's a lot of censorship going on. If they're over there, their Wi-Fi and systems might not be working. They may not be able to do, he may not be able to do some of the stuff he was doing before. It may, with all the bombings and this, and if your neighborhood has lost power and internet and stuff, then what are you going to do? Do you move out of your house? Or, well, I don't have, we don't have internet or whatever. We have, well, okay. So there are a lot of stuff because they're in the war zone that when I have meditated on this and asked my angel buddies what's going on, they're like, it's really hairy over there. That, and it ain't, there's the Ukrainian war, and then there's the Vlash and the Mont there that are just being, their normal, regular butthole self, that in of itself. So they don't just have one thing to contend with, they got several fronts that they have to be worried about. And Dante in his position and all is like, holy crap, I wouldn't want to be in his position. The videos that happened a couple of years ago when he's driving down the road and they were shooting at him. It's like, what? Um, and the time when he was on the beach and he was walking up off the beach with the dog, and um, something was coming at him, and he was like, "You see that?" And he said, "Watch the street lights." And the street lights were going out and fuzzing up as this entity got closer. And then towards the end, he pulled out a pistol and shot at it. You know, um, and so he's dealing with that kind of stuff. You know, it ain't just a this or a that, and things that we don't even know about he be dealing with. So, but I gotta say that when I sent my message out the other day, it was last week, but I was like, here's the 4th of July coming up. There were some things that, this 4th of July, there would be like the Independence Day, if you will. And it was just the 4th of July. Um, okay, you know. So, but I was thinking that we should hear something about now. And so in my chats with my angel buddies, I was like, all right, guys, what's up? And they were like, things are really hairy right now. The message I got back was, don't give up. Don't give up. There's hairy stuff going on, but if it was that bad, we would have heard from one of the back channels at least. And I was like, that's true. you know. So I haven't lost faith. And that was one of the things that came back to was don't lose faith. Believe, 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 believe. Believe that one way or the other, maybe he got wounded and maybe he's in the hospital and slightly you know, out of the picture, if you will. But, I think about neighborhoods getting bombed and not having Wi Fi, and they're using that kind of things and EMPs to try to keep people from communicating. And so to live in that environment, I had a friend of mine that came back from over there, and it's like, there's a lot of connections that are spotty if anything. So, but anyway, hopefully, shuffling kids. Oh, shuffling kids. Oh, yeah. You remember some of that, David? Yeah, okay. So, but anyway, just understand where he's at and where they're at, the other, Azasians and so forth, that the fact that they're having war and some of the stuff that was going on with Putin, like there was a coup going on. So I'm in my listening to some of the stuff about the coup and, who's going to step down and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, for those of us who remember, that's Danielle, right? And it's like, so what power changes are really happening and what shuffling's going on? Because we can see that there's some kind of something shuffling within Russia itself. So imagine, take this to a Dante level and go, okay, now how could the good and the bad aliens be involved in this? Well, the bad aliens want him out. And so now they're going to do a power trip. So does that mean that the war in the Ukraine, which has a lot to do with the Vlash, um, what's their next move? And how are they doing? Are they going to take, um, you know, uh, Putin out right, in front of everybody? Are they going to pull this thing off? They got this other group to come in and did this thing. And so there was another group. And, it was that started with an M. And so it could have very well have been the Mater working with the Flash to try to get Putin out of the deal. Okay. So we know that there are these underhanded politician type things going on that have to do strictly with the aliens. And they're really at it over there. They're at each other's throats. So, what do I know of the situation? I know by looking at the obvious that is kind of visible. And I'm not necessarily making suppositions, if you will, but I'm looking at the facts and going, number one, something fishy's up. And silence on Dante's part, such silence that there isn't even kind of, not necessarily him, but some other kind of video being uploaded. Okay. So something is in the works, something is happening. And then you see that there's this coup and Danielle and Putin and then there's this over here and this one. So something big is going on. And it seems that for those of us who understand enough, I understand enough to know that certain things are Vlash and or Mater related. Okay. And so some of this stuff just seems like openly Flash, right? Am I sure about it? Do I know for certain? No. I don't have any inside information, but from outside, from what Dante has showed in the past, it looks really similar to what these folks have done before. So I'm taking it myself and going, you know, that and all other nefarious things. Absolutely, Brandy. So, what I'm hoping, I keep my fingers crossed and saying prayers that Dante and his folks are doing well, because I know they're in the thick of it. Something that was interesting, and I don't know if any of y'all caught it, and I'm just going to scratch my chin and see what happens. Do any of y'all remember some of the things that Dante showed about Mike Pence? And he discussed it. He did one video one time because I was questioning it. And he said, when he come out and did this thing, and I was like, yeah, I was like, that pissed me off, because that showed me when he did this thing, or the horn, that he was and Dante said he wasn't doing that. He what because he was one of them. He was doing this because he was showing them that he knew who they were. And I went, oh, really? So here's an interesting note. Mike Pence is going to run for president. What? So do y'all remember the subject and the discussions around Mike Pence? And there were other things too. There was one where there was one guy, and then there was something like a body double. So and then there was some other videos about, but the when Mike Pence announced that he was going to, run for president and run for the thing, I was like, now that's an interesting twist. So, however it'll work out, does it is Mike Pence actually activated with the with the group? He's actively working for the cause. And for those of us who might understand that here's the guy working for the cause, that is not necessarily, hey, look at me, I'm working for the cause kind of thing, but that he's decided openly to run for president. And for those of us who have watched some of the videos and things, and now, so I'm scratching my head with this one going, now that's an interesting twist or turn of events, if you will. Now, for those of us who have had to watch Dante to understand what Mike Pence might actually represent versus he was just the vice president and he's a Republican. Just saying. Because if he is actually working for the cause, then this is a totally different way of looking at this. Now the angels are literally involved with the workings of the, and it's for those of us who might know about Mike, if this is true, then we can say that, oh my God, there's an the angel group is acting openly to run for president. Seriously. Like where before it was kind of hush hush, nobody knew anybody about it. Now here's Mike Pence with that supposedly on the working for the cause, and he's running openly for pres. That's a Just stop and think about that for a minute while I take a hit. Well, I'll tell you, having been around when Robert Kennedy was running for president in 1968, and the things that he was running for, and the agenda, and had, especially after he had taken a train ride through America and saw poverty, and oh, the poverty back in them days. In rural America, there's still a lot of poverty in rural America, but um, he came out of that, and with the MLK thing, because MLK had just been, assassinated, and of course his brother had been assassinated, and then they murdered him there in the hotel. But there was such a change in Robert Kennedy from for those of us because the at Tampa Catholic we were watching the '68 election very closely, and I had to do reports, and we had classroom speeches and stuff, and we were really watching the '68 election really close because there's a Catholic running for president, and it was JFK's brother, and so Tampa Catholic was watching this candidate. So, but also in our, social class, social studies class, and all that, we were right on top of it. But now that his son is running for president, and the fact that, Trump put him on, asked him to, as a Democrat, he asked a Democrat to the White House to work on this stuff with the kids and all, and like the vax thing and all that kind of thing, and sicked him on it. So the fact that, in my humble opinion, there are a lot of things I think Trump did right, and there are a lot of things I think Trump did wrong. Anyway, but Trump was a better CEO for the United States than any of these other presidents. Okay. But now, RFK Jr. has got a lot of time in politics. He has literally grown up in politics. And he has there, I see a lot of his father in him. And because he's Catholic, on top of that, I won't hold that against him. But so, and the fact that he's got children, that he's a family man, and at the moment, he's never been caught doing something, like his uncle was caught, doing improper things. Even his father had been caught doing improper things with Marilyn Monroe and stuff. But anyway, the fact that he's been true to himself and true to his family, as far as we know, and has stuck up for, telling the truth about a lot of things, RFK Jr. would not be a bad choice. If, I would, if nobody else wins and it's Trump and Biden or some shit like that, I'm going to vote for Trump. But now, if it's somebody else and RFK, I might have to vote for RFK. Simply because, not that I'm but I changed parties. I used to be a long time Democrat, but I'd like to see RFK win for a bunch of reasons. He would do his best to open up the investigation of how his uncle and how his father got killed and open up some of that CIA stuff. He wants to know, and he knows that the public wants to know. And I would vote for him for president just to see him try to get that happen. But from all the things that I've listened to with him over the years, his politics, if you will, has always to be about, those folks for whatever reason. He's not necessarily for reparations, but he is for helping folks. But folks got to help themselves too. Give folks opportunities and help people out. And it's like when his dad went through the South, there were so many people that still were going using outhouses. And that was in the 60s. I mean, he went through rural America and, well, where you go about? Well, we got an outhouse back there. And he's like, these folks don't have indoor plumbing. You know, you don't have your bathroom. You have to walk outside to go to the bathroom. Yep. And so, the move on poverty to try to help neighborhoods and stuff like that, because there were, there are still people, pooping in the streets and, in San Francisco and places now. But, and here's the thing that is stupid to me. The cities will bitch about pooping in the streets and peeing on the corner or whatever because there's no access. Today I had an incident where my bladder started to go and I could not make it into the local store to pee. I was not going to make it across the parking lot. There was no way. So I had an emergency session. Thank God I was in my truck. And I've got a jar with a lid on it. It's a liquid soap bottle, that is empty, washed out. And so that's my pecan. But I had to get in the front seat of my truck and do an emergency pee because I was fixing to wet all over myself before I could get to the bathroom in the store. So I don't like talking about it, but it was one of them things. So, but here's the things in some of these communities. So put in porta johns. Oh, there's crap on the streets. So put in some porta johns on the corner. Put them in the alley back over there. Oh, but it costs so much to maintain. Yeah, but you bitch about them, pooping in the middle of the sidewalk or whatever. put a porta john. If you have to put one every block, put it so that people, somebody like me, that, oh my God, I'm out on the street, I'm having a good time, but I got to go, and I got to go now. Well, I don't want to go in my pants, so what do? I'm going to go around the corner and pee behind something, you know? So, but if you got a porta john that you can say, oh man, there's one around over here, and oh, thank you, so I can go and pee and not have to be embarrassed or have to go do something illegal or something like that. So some of these municipalities and folks, they just don't get it. Just the simple human condition. We'd rather you pee in your pants. We'd rather you use a depends, but we do not want to put public restrooms out there. Oh my God. Well, aren't you like the public, or you're supposed to be working for us? You're the city councilman or whoever. But you want me to come downtown. I'm thinking of downtown Tampa. Now, I haven't been there recently, but the last time I was down there, everything was paved and all these things and all this stuff, all this yuppie stuff. You had to park 9 blocks away, to get downtown. Now, for me, just the walk from where you park to downtown, I'm going to have to pee. So, do you have a place? No. And the stores won't let you go because, are you going to buy something? Well, no, I got to pee. Well, but, so guess what? You're not going to get my business because there is nothing that will accommodate my situation. And my situation is make something available. I would love to come visit, but there's nothing available for me because, well, I've been walking around for 30 minutes. Well, that's a long time between, my pee stops. But I can make that. But, okay, so where's a public place where I can go and oh, well, it's not one. And we'll go in one of the stores or go do something else, or you should be able to hold it, or whatever the reasoning that these dipshits do. They do not make it honestly available for folks that have conditions. And it's just not us elderly. I was talking with some other folks the other day, and it was like, she's 30 something years old now, 32, I think, and has found out that she now has diabetes and some of her issues and loose bowel. A young woman, 32 years old, now she has diabetes. Now this other thing, and now something else, and she's had irritable bowel syndrome. Well, so she eats something, and before she can go very far, she's pooping in her drawers. She's 32 years old, and a lady trying to, and so there are no facilities for her to go take care of herself. Well, I'm a friend in Thomasville. He's almost my age, but has the same similar condition. So it's not about age, but it is about people who have conditions. So why don't our politicians and community workers service us in that way? Years ago, I didn't always have a cell phone, and sometimes I still forget the dang thing. So now that I'm driving again, I guess I got to remember to bring the phone. But there have been times where cell phone's dead, cars broke down, I need to call somebody. You can't find a payphone anymore, at least not down here. You can't find a payphone. And at every gas station, there used to be at least one or two on a pole somewhere. There was a payphone, or there was a payphone inside the store. A lot of them. Back on the wall, there was a payphone. And so if you had an emergency, you could make a phone call. I don't know where all the payphones went to. This standalone, open the door and go in payphones. I ain't seen one of them in a long time. Now they might have them still in the cities, but out here in the country, they've even taken the ones down that were just the little three-sided ones kind of thing. You can't find a payphone. Now there have been several before I had my operation and heart attack and all, but there have been times when when I didn't have the cell phone, that I could have used a payphone. There ain't one. I mean, you could drive all over God's green earth down here and you ain't going to find a payphone. And to ask somebody to use their cell phone is kind of tricky. Some folks are nicer than others. But, I got to where I would ask a store, depending on the store, do you have a landline? And they'd, well, yes or no. And sometimes you could borrow their phone, their store phone, which is most of them are not a cell phone, but, and get in touch with the manager, that's a cell phone. But anyway, so to get in touch with folks, so, how they accommodate people. And they're not really accommodating people. They're making it in a way to where they're almost pushing people to go pee behind the store kind of thing. Well, why should we pay for that? Well, do you want people peeing on your store? Or can you pay the enormous fee to have a porta john put out so that people who are in trouble can go to the bathroom? And it's just not the homeless or the this, or some homeless person might abuse it. If they're homeless, I'm still asking the question, do you want them to poop behind the store, or would you rather them poop in the porta john? Because I know somebody who's been homeless several times. He's crippled and can't get around, and he got stuck behind a store one time for a month or so, and we helped him out and everything. But to the point I asked him, he said, well, nobody would help me and I was stuck. I'd lost my crutches and I couldn't move. And he said, I was shitting my pants and I could move over a little bit. And he said, the people come out and got onto me because I was, you know, pooping behind their store. And he said, I was covered in shit and nobody would help me because he can't walk without crutches. And somebody had stolen his crutches, and he was really destitute. And finally somebody came and helped him. But the store owner was, you know should have been able to see that he had a cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy, folks call it different things, but that his legs were twisted and his arms and hands are twisted, and that the gentleman obviously had pooped and peed on himself several times, and hadn't had anything decent to eat because he couldn't walk and he was trying to pull himself around. And can you not pay attention? Now, not everything is like him, but there are folks like him that have those kinds of issues, and they're homeless for whatever reason, but they're caught around the back behind the store because these folks don't want to poop and piss in front of the store. So, of course, they're behind the store. And if they don't have a place to stay, of course, they're going to be in the shadows behind the store, because I did the same thing when was homeless. I found a store that I could sleep behind, that wasn't being checked all the time, and I had my cardboard box that I slept in, so that I could hide as well. And before, you know, cardboard boxes got, popular. But I slept a bunch of um, um, other stock where there were other cardboard boxes. So I had laid one of the boxes down and had camouflaged it with other boxes. So I went around and came in and crawled into my box. But I was surrounded by stock, if you will. But anyway, so the situation of people and how they react. So we as a community, as human beings, we mistreat folks all the time, and in ways that a lot of people just don't understand, by not providing a bathroom or being this or whatever. Or um, I'm seeing some people just be arrogant over it. Well, what's the matter? You can't hold it? Well, quite frankly, no. Well, I seen you over in the corner of your truck. Were you peeing in a jar or a bottle? Yes, ma'am, I was. Well, how come? Because I was going to pee on myself in public in front of people, which is more embarrassing for you to see my backside and you don't really know what I'm doing. And you don't see any water hitting the pavement. But yes, ma'am, I am peeing by my truck, but not on the ground. It's in a container, and the lid closes. But I'm sorry, it was either that or I was going to pee myself in public in front of all these people. Now you saw me, you deduced what I was doing, but did I embarrass you in any way? Well, no, but I knew what you were doing. So you, I can barely find it. Could you see anything? Well, no, you were standing in the corner of your truck with the door partially closed. But I knew that you were peeing. Did you see water on it? No. Did you see any? No. Then how did you know? Well, I just figured. Okay. So, in just figuring that out, which is better or worse? Go pee yourself or be in a situation where, yeah, we know what you're doing over there, but, you know. So, anyway, at the age of 70, here I find myself like today in the parking lot of the Dollar General. I had an emergency, but I did it as best I could. And my friend stood by and she goes, Dave, nobody knows what you're doing. I said, good, because I got to pee, you know. And, but it is what it is, right? But to folk who don't know how to adapt to certain things, like if it was somebody else, they'd have just went and peed by the tree or peed themselves or whatever. And then we question how come these people are bums and they smell because we don't provide for just simple things. Well, why should I do that? People should learn how to do mamby pamby. And I don't know how much they cost right now, but the cost of renting a porta john so that people could have access to it for whatever the reason, like me having an issue in the parking lot. So, but anyway, but in these days and times of taking out all the phones and changing everything to this and that, and we all got to say they or them, and we got to change everything in the way we think and feel and do, and it's like the only thing that pushing the agenda has done is make me pissed off at these people. When I've been, harmonizing with gay folks in all different situations for all these years. Now it ain't the gay folk, it's the tranny folks that are on this end. And I'm with the gay folk on this, I'm with you. I'm against this side of it too. And why should the LGBs be conglomerated with the TQs? So the dissociative disorder is already brewing. The academic thinking on this is going to be a very interesting twist. In the next year, and of course, we're going to have elections too. In the next year, there's going to be not just hey, buzz machine, if you can afford it, maybe get a small camping toilet and stick it in the car for emergencies. Oh, it won't fit in the front seat of my truck, and I don't have a car. Well, I do, but it wouldn't fit in the car either. But No, I got a jug that it's a liquid detergent bottle that empty, and then I use that for my pee jug. And it does work. My point is sometimes you're in a public place, and if I could, I'll go down and around the back behind a dumpster, but today I had to like do it in the parking lot. But it was in my truck and you couldn't really tell what I was doing. It looked like I was looking for something. I'm on the seat and inside my truck fully. Um, but it was like I was looking for something over the back seat kind of thing when actually I was taking a pee. So, but it was in public, but I was parked over on this side instead of front at the store. But when you get in a situation like that, I knew I wasn't going to make it in the store because I've been in a situation. That time I went to the doctor's office and got out of the vehicle and I had to pee right there in the parking lot, with the door open. And my friend was like, "Oh, keep an eye on you over here," you know, and it's embarrassing, but you can't put a portage on everywhere. But my point is they have made it more difficult for simple things like that. Well, like, why should we provide a toilet for you? Well, because I would like to come and participate. But if there's no place for me to be able to, take care of my business, I would love to come to your store. But with my condition and stuff, I hope that you have a restroom because I will probably, if I have come to town and done all these things, I'm probably going to have to use the toilet. I'm sorry, my condition states. And there are other people like me, but my point is that rather than think about this, there are folks who are bitching about it. Well, why should we provide? Well, because there are folks like me. And the reason I won't come to your store is because you think this way. I'm sorry. You know, I'm going to go to another store, that will accommodate all I need to do is be able to go pee. How hard is that? Well, we don't need to provide restrooms for people. Then if I had to run down the manager to find a key to get in the restroom, I've already peed myself. And it's going to come out, whether I like it or not. So, but I know other people like this, is my point. My dear Rhonda has, issues, not as bad as mine, but similar. So it's like, and we bump into people who have similar conditions who are half our age. So that means they're 35, and having issues with peeing. And so, how are things going to work out for them as they get older? You know, thank goodness our conditions developed as we got older in our 60s. So, I'm hoping that society, because whatever generation is in charge right now, us older folks are moving out of it, that I'm hoping this younger generation will get it in their thick heads. You need to accommodate for some of these things. I mean, now what I've noticed in some restrooms in certain places, they've got changing stations for babies in the men's room. Okay, I'm for that because there has been times where somebody said, "Well, yeah, but I have used the ladies' room." Oh, you can't do that. Why? There's 10 guys standing in line and there's nobody going in the ladies' room. I got to pee. I'm going in the ladies' room. You can't do that. Why? Where's the sign that says I can't do it? There's nobody here. There's no women in line and the door's open. I'm going to that toilet. But it's the ladies' room. Okay, so sue me, you know. So I have, but I mean, I would not stand in the ladies' line if there were ladies there. But if there ain't nobody there and there are 5 guys waiting to get, I'm going, don't care. But it's the ladies' room. Big deal. So, but anyway, you got to pee, you got to pee. But It's not just that. So I'm hoping that people will still accommodate people. Oh my God, we passed the 20, didn't we? Again. I've been on here for another hour yakking away at stupid stuff. If FOIA worked, good on you, Brandy. It's good to see you and hope you're doing as well as possible. Yeah, I'm a yacker, all right. And I haven't been on in a while and I haven't been yakking in a while. But you see these things go by as me being the observer, kind of thing. And it's just like that, what I think should happen is my opinion. But in watching trends like Gerald Celente, I haven't seen him in a while, but in the trends journal kind of things, but just in watching trends, and how like down here in the South there used to be a lot of tobacco business, tobacco farmers, tobacco warehouses, tobacco this and that, and now they're tearing down all the old tobacco barns, and all the tobacco warehouses, and you wouldn't have a clue that there was this huge multi-million-dollar business in each one of these small towns having to do with production of tobacco and growing and selling and curing and all. It's gone. You wouldn't know that Cairo, Georgia was because of the syrup makers, all of the cane syrup that was grown, and all of the different factories that they had that made cane syrup around here in South Georgia. There's tiny little remnants, and you'd have to know what you're looking for. Their entire, not just businesses, but the people, like the cane sugar. There were people who had to grow the cane and then grind the cane and then process the cane, and and then after you and then turned it into syrup and then bottled it, and so, and it was a community around the people, like there's a community around those folks who grow cotton. You go down to the gin, other cotton growers, and that system. Well, culture, that's what I was thinking of. So there are whole cultures that related to these things that used to be around here in South Georgia that are absolutely gone. Gone. And they're not really even in the history books anywhere, but they're gone. So you say, well, how does that accommodate people? Well, for example, here's something. I had to move some stuff around. Right over here, I've turned it very bright. This strip right here is a fly strip, OBKB, because of all of the little because of all the fruit flies that are around. They're atrocious. So this thing is full of fruit flies and stuff. So that one is an old one that I've had for 15 or 20 years, right? And I bought some of these at the local dollar store, right? And I'm like, wow, there's 10 of them in this package, blah, 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 blah. And says keep out of reach of children and domestic animals. Like, Okay, it's really job was catching these little gnats kind of thing. And I'm looking on the box here, just nice and sweet, and it's made in Poland. So this little box has come from Poland to the United States because years ago you couldn't find these puppies because whoever it was in the United States that made these things quit making them. And I saved these older ones, which this one that I unraveled over here was of the older one from many years ago. And I found it in the bathroom and cleaned it up. And I was like, let me hang one of them things over here. And which has worked great. But then I'm looking on this one, and these are made in Poland. So it only cost me a couple of bucks for this. And there are 10 ribbons in this. So how cheap do they have to be made in Poland to be shipped all the way to fuck over here and to be sold at a dollar store for like $3 or $4? This should be like $1 a piece. They ought to be $10, for the thing. Hey, Buzz the Chio. May you sleep well, serenely. Oh, I missed you earlier. I didn't see you come on. But but I'm glad the folks in Poland are making them because these things have been around for a while and they really work for what they do. But the fact that, wait a minute, why do people in Poland have to be making these? You're telling me, and I've looked for these things, they're hard to find sometimes. But so if there are 5 or 10 packages of these in the local dollar store, and there are hundreds or thousands of dollar stores, so multiply that times these. You mean there's not enough business in the United States to have kept the business open so we wouldn't have to buy these from Poland? Now, the people in Poland are probably really proud of their product. That's not my point. But if I wanted fly ribbon, it's gotta come through all of Poland and there and across the ocean. One way or the other, it's gotta come across the ocean. And then it's gotta come into New York or someplace like that. And then it's gotta get distributed, and then it's gotta get to South Georgia. And these things used to be everywhere when I was growing up in South Georgia. They were American made. You had fly strips everywhere to catch them little sons of bitches and this and that and stuff, because we didn't have all kinds of sprays and stuff back when I was growing up. These were the king daddies right here, these fly strips. And now the only place you can get them that I'm aware of is Poland. I'm just saying. I'm really glad that them folks over there are still making them though, because they are still useful and they're low tech. Only gets them during the summer months, Hawkeye. Oh, I know, because it's mostly a summer thing, but that's not my point. It used to be because we live in the South, we have chicken farms and we have hog parlors and we have dairies and things around here down in the South. And farmers hang them up in the barns to catch flies like they're supposed to. So, and they need them all year round, less during the winter. But down here in the South, we have a lot of warm days. So even in the wintertime, them, fly strips are helpful for all kinds of, not just flies, but all kinds of flying insects. But, you used to be able to go into feed and seed, and they'd have big old things of them because, there was somebody in the feed and seed industry who knew that, if you've got livestock, you need them things. But then last time I was in the feed and seed, it was like, you got any strips? And he goes, no, man. He goes, that company we used to buy them from, they went out of business. So the feed and seed store that I've been going to for the last 45 years can't get them because the store they. But now I found this box in the Dollar General, or was it Walmart? I don't know now. Um, but my point is that that used to be an American company, and everybody down there in the South had fly strips. It was just normal, especially if you had chickens or stuff or whatever. Low tech, hang them up, catch the flies. Um, and now they're made in Poland. I'm just saying, you know, times have changed. Yeah, and there's moths that hang around my this thing here, and all these damn well, there are gnats on this thing too, but the amount of fruit flies, and I've tried different methods. There's a fruit fly catcher thing over there that ain't worth a crap. I hung this on the lap right here, and it's only about halfway pulled out, but it's full. I was going to trade it in and get another one, but there's a live bug that just got trapped right there. They're sitting around the top of my coffee cup, and they land up here. I have to look down and make sure I don't have any swimmers that have fallen into my coffee or drink or whatever. So I put my drink beside this, and as they fly around, they bump into the gooey stuff, and I don't have to contend with their nappy little asses. But they're non-toxic, whatever. Oh, I have asked them politely, and they just thumb their finger paw up at me, Mark. you know, and so it's like, okay, you want to land on something? Land on that gooey thing over there instead of my glass. And whoops, there's got to be, God, there's several hundred of them on this strip right there. But anyway, so where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. But anyway, so with that song in a way, it's like, where have all the flowers gone? Well, where have all the things that have completely disappeared down here in the last 40 years that were businesses for like 100 years, if not more, and that their total existence is gone unless you looked in certain history, not all history books, but certain history books, like a local library will have the local history of, well, did you know that they did this in the county? No. Did you know they did that in the county? No. Did you know? No, no. But unless you go to the county um, library or local, hey, Pearl, are things working out for you up there? I hope, I hope, I hope. But so I think there are other things socially that are backfiring, and like the prissiness of what I know about San Francisco. We can't provide places for the homeless to go to the toilet because that'll just bring in more homeless people. Well, so then let them crap on the sidewalk and put up with that. So I think they're learning because people have said no more, and they moved out of San Francisco. Um, they're moving to other places, and I don't know, how some of these other places are, but well, number one, there are fewer homeless people, um, but at the same time, being able to provide. Well, we don't want the homeless people to stay here, so we're going to not provide a bathroom for them. So their alternative then is to shit on the sidewalk or in the. So now you have to contend with that. So now you can bitch about it and see how mean and bad those homeless people are. When if you'd have put a porta john in around the corner over there, you wouldn't have that issue. But we'd have to pay for them. You got to pay for the crap on the sidewalk. You're going to piss off all of the community. Any people that want to come to town now don't want to come to town because you have, well, it's all about the homeless people. Well, yeah, but you got to provide for certain basic needs, right? So there needs to be a higher level of thinking. Same thing with the drag thing and the doing it in the libraries and the showing off men doing all these things. That's a sickness. And we need to look at it as a sickness. You want to dress up like that in a bar after hours with people over 18? Fine. But if you do it in a public place during the day, then you will be arrested and put in jail and for indecency and possibly and you know but no, that's unacceptable behavior. Sorry. Now if you want to dress in a dress and walk the streets, okay, but if you're going to flaunt and do in front of children, then that's no, that is, that's against the law. And if you do it too many times, we're going to throw away the key. We're going to list you on a map that are a child predator. Period. Boys or girls, little boys or whatever, doesn't matter. You're trying to pander to them, and there are already laws on the books. You can't do that. You ain't going to make no new laws. It's already, and it's morally wrong. And just because you got away with it because of your sick ass, medicine, don't care, but you're crazy. You do not need to be doing this, especially in public. Privacy of your own home, not with children. But if you want to dress up like that and do whatever, okie dokie. But to do it in public, nah. So, but my point is it's coming around. We got into the local shelter. Oh, damn, 10 miles out of town. Well, that sucks. How can you get to anything when it's that far out? Golly, that sucks. Well, Pearl, at least you're safe. Is that a is that a safe enough statement to make? Safe. But anyway, so there are folks that I have met within community leaders and stuff that I swear they just don't think practical. A simple solution, but we can't do that. Why? Well, because it will set a precedence. So, well, but if you do with this, so, but we can't do that because of some. So it's so nutty. But sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't. It's 2:44 in the a.m. and I've been on here for 3 hours and 28 minutes. I am crazy as a loon. But it's been a while since I, got on here and just jawed for a couple hours. But anyway, I do think some of this stuff is backfiring on them. And that's one of the main points I still want to, bring out. And it's like RFK Jr. deciding to run for president. Well, that's sort of that because he was never a part of the Hillary Billary clan. He was never a part of the Obama stuff. But he was always been politically active. But he's been shunned by the Democratic Party. He's never been a part of the Biden stuff, right? But Trump asked him to work on a committee when Trump was president. So there's political clout there amongst some Democrats and the Republicans. Ooh. So you don't like Trump because he's all that. But now here comes someone who Trump trusted as a Democrat to bring him into the. So here's somebody that other Republicans respect as a Democrat, and now he's running for president. Go, RFK, go. I hope he has a good. I hope nobody shoots him. I hope there's no attempt at that. But there are some Democrats who would shoot his ass because Democrats, I think, no, I can't say that. Never mind. I was going to say it was Democrats. There were Democrats who allowed Bobby Kennedy to get killed in the kitchen. It was not Sirhan Sirhan. I would like to see Robert Kennedy Jr. get to be president because I think that he would do his best to open up the JFK files were supposed to have been opened a couple of years ago, and they ceased to do it and made an excuse. And I think Robert would be more than happy to open up some stuff. And and also Robert Kennedy is very open to open up the alien thing too. So, which was one of the reasons why JFK got murdered, was because he wanted to discuss UFOs with Khrushchev, Nikita. If you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. Yeah, him and Nikita, we're going to have umbrellas and talk about UFOs. But there's, CIA stuff and whatever. Um, Somebody would still probably try to shoot him. But there are enough of the old fogies who have passed on and moved on to where they might actually get some of these 50-year-old documents opened because there's definitely a public outcry. Open up the damn things. Let us know about some of this stuff. Quit lying to us. And he would be right up there with doing that. Now, I don't know how much the FBI and the CIA want to go along with it, or the NSA, but he would have support on both sides. That's for sure. And because it was his uncle and his father that it happened to, there would be, I believe, more, especially after 50 years, that they would be more inclined to say, it's been 50 damn years. Let's go ahead and open it up and let's let it all hang out. Yes, George Bush was there that day. And yes, there was more than one gunman. And no, Lee Harvey Oswald did not shoot him. And yes, these other things went down. And, yes, Lyndon Johnson was in on it. and and all this other stuff. And yes, it was about the Vietnam, because there was oil in Vietnam that they were shooting for, literally. And of course you know the war machine um, that JFK had said, no, we're not putting any more people in Vietnam. And that was immediately what LBJ did. So, so to be able to show that, JFK was trying how to stay out of Vietnam, and how this was, there would be a lot of vets who would applaud RFK for opening that up, going, you know what? It was the Democrats, it was LBJ, and it was these people who brought the war on. And there are all these thousands of Americans who were killed because of these people. And, we kind of sort of knew that already, but to open up the JFK file would really say yes, yes, yes to a lot of stuff. And it would, it would set history straight, I would hope, into where they would tell the truth and not this skewed thing. I mean, I remember when it was going on that we were all going, we don't believe the Warren Commission. We all knew that the Warren Commission was bullshit. We heard testimony. Some of it was live in black and white back in the day before color got to be, more common. But I watched that stuff as a kid, and um, born in '52, and so in '62 I was 10 years old. So I was right at that age where and we didn't have a lot of stuff on TV, so we kind of sort of had to watch the news. And back then, the Huntley Brinkley report, them folks tried to tell the truth um, as much as they could. But from what we could discern with what was going on, we knew them sons of bitches was lying. We knew they were lying about the assassination and about this and that and the other thing. It didn't take a monkey's uncle to put a couple of things together. And but we as a nation, with people talking about it, and it wasn't a conspiracy, because they were like, well, the Warren Commission found this out, and it was like the magic bullet. And we were all going, no, there's no way it went through Connolly in the seat and embedded itself. No, no, guns don't do that. And they sold, the Warren Commission sold the special bullet theory about, JFK and all that. No, 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 no. Bullets don't do that, especially when there's not a scratch on the bullet, right? Oh, but that was one of the ones that was fired from this gun, and actually that bullet didn't fit that gun. But nobody said anything about that, But anyway, if it was fired from that gun, it should have had crease marks in it. I mean, there was just so much detail that was just made up, overlooked, or otherwise just falsified. Most of it falsified. But the Warren Commission, because it was the Warren Commission, nope, it's good. Nope, there's a Zapruder film, blah, blah, blah. And that's that. And Americans shook their head and went, we know he was murdered. Now, the question was whether or not Lee Harvey Oswald actually did the killing. And back in the day, we were about 50-50 as to, oh yeah, Oswald did it because the police and the rest of it was like, nah, something's fishy here. We just don't think Oswald might have fired a shot, was sort of where we went, but he wasn't the only one firing. And from testimony of the people and so forth. So to bring some of the truth out, if there's enough of it there, would be great. after all these years. So would I vote for RFK if he actually gets the nomination from the Democrats? If they would allow him to, and if not, he should run as a independent. He would win. He would win the Democratic vote if they shut him out of the Democratic Party and whatever, and look down their noses at him. Shame on them, and he should run as an independent immediately. I would support him immediately if he did that. So I'm kind of sort of supporting him right now, in that I'm talking about him. But it changes. We've all been wanting somebody that was competent and who was for mostly, a truth teller, and somebody who's sort of looking out for, his fellow man, and somebody who's got a stake in this. Um, there's a lot whom don't like him and his thoughts. I know, I know, but there's a lot of good in RFK. you know. Now, but he's still a Democrat, and but he's not. I don't consider RFK the Democrat who is crazy like Bernie and some of these other ones. Um, I think his interest would be, you know, for the United States and for people. How he went about it, well, people bitched and complained about how the Republicans did it. But here'd be my thing. If he got to be the Democratic president, the Democratic Party in and of itself is fucked up. Excuse my French. But so he would have to put up with all this craziness from his own party. And I don't know how that would work out. But for the reasons I stated up to this point, now I haven't listened to all of his recent stuff, but from what I know of the man and over the years, and watch kind of sort of watching him grow up, you know, of all the other politicians hanging around, I'd vote for him because he's got a really good, honest resume, you know, with not a lot of bullshit in there. Well, he had to swing a deal with such and such. Well, he had to compromise on such and such. Nah, he's been pretty much him. Whether I like all of what he's done or not, you can't like everything from everybody all the time. It just don't work that way. So we'll see, you know, we'll see. And I'll be listening. There's going to be debates and stuff going on. But the fact that he's running and the fact that he has this background and family, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be dang different, interesting. And you know what? I don't see any Clintons sneaking around in the bushes for the Democratic Party. Um, Even though one of the last pictures I've seen of Hillary is like, that's not the real Hillary, remember? Oh, Hillary looks great. And I was like, that's not the real Hillary. I mean, her cheekbones are still wrong and everything, and that's still not the real Hillary. And if I didn't know better, I would swear that they have made another swap because she's supposed to be in her mid 70s, and she does not look that old. Now I know I'm 70, and people say, "Well, you don't look that old, Dave." Well, thank you, but I'm sorry, this old hag, you know, had conditions and had issues. And, you know, if you remember the 9/11 thing that day when they toted her off into the apartment building, you know, remember how she looked and how they had to shove her in the van? Remember that? No? Well, look it up. There's still video out there somewhere. But you claim that lady they shoved into the van that had to wear the glasses and had all the issues, that the one they're toting out there, right? That's the same woman? Really? But here's my point, that there's there's no biliaries in the woodshed, it seems, this time around. Chloe, I believe she died that day, or at least she went into a coma or something. I think she had a stroke to top it off because she was already having issues. I think she had a stroke that day, and whether or not it killed her, I don't know, but it damn sure put her down. And here's the thing that's interesting. It happened on that 9/11, I believe. But the other thing that was interesting was they had her body double ready. They had it, they had her ready. Now, there is a lot of info that says that the woman who took over was like her cousin. Okay. And there were apparently two cousins or another related or something. Um, but the other one, and I remember because my granny had cheekbones that were up, kind of thing. And anyway, and you could tell with their sisters, their cheekbones. And so a cousin or whatever, but you know, it was all about the cheekbones for me. And we're like, no, her cheeks are wrong. You know, Hillary's was a little bit further down, and this one's further up. It's just her cheekbones are wrong. Anyway, but whether or not Hillary died that day or not, whoever they put out was not her. That's, to me, that's just, come on. It's just obvious. Just go back to the what happened that day. And as sick as that woman was when they put her in the side of that van versus the person who walked down them stairs all on their own and everything, nah, not the same person. Not the same person. Dress and everything was wrong or different. Her hairdo was different. She didn't wear those big, thick glasses because she had to wear those glasses because of her condition with her brain and the bright lights and so forth. I got swimmers in my coffee. Damn it. I just don't like, and you're alive too, you son of a bitch. I should drown you. Get in my coffee like that, you sucker. Damn it, man. The other day I didn't check. Hey, Sheila, good morning to you. Good. Did you get any sleep? But yeah, I didn't check the swimmers the other day, and I grabbed my drink and I went like this, and they was already in my mouth, kind of thing. And I was like, oh man, I was like, do I spit it out? And I just went ahead and gulped them down. I was like, let me drink these damn things anyway, since they probably already peed in my drink, you know, swimming around in there. But is it really that early in the morning? Good. I'm glad you got sleep. Let me tell you, it was so weird driving my truck today, having not driven for 4 months. It was just really strange. It felt good, but it was weird at the same time. I was like, wow. Having been driven around by folks for the last 4 months and then being under my own power and driving my own vehicle, it's like, wowzers, you know? But I'll tell you, something that I haven't discussed in a while has been the earth wobble. And since, it's almost 4 hours in, and is it, what time is it? 3:05. Oh, we're coming up on a 20. But I have been keeping an eye on, when it's not cloudy. But like somebody said earlier about the moon was really low, it was really south the other day, and that's really true. But one thing I noticed while it was being really south, that it has, like tonight, I can see it through this window up here, right? And 2 nights ago, it was down in this other window. So, I look at it when I hold my hand up and use my hand, four fingers and a thumb, you hold it out so far, and it's so many degrees. Well, the moon, it has a tendency to travel south and then it will fluctuate and travel back north again. Well, the issue that this last couple of weeks is how quickly it's doing it. I mean, one day I'm looking at the moon through the window, and the next day, literally the next day, the moon is dropped down to where I can't see it because this is an opaque window, and I have to lift myself and go, oh, there's the moon. So it was low for a couple of days, and now all of a sudden, the moon is back high again. So it has fluctuated from being above the horizon up here, which is like normal and looks good. I can see it through the window, everything's groovy, and then all of a sudden it's like gone. Well, it's down in, to the other window. Now I'm sitting in the same chair, it's the same observation. Well, where in the hell did the moon go? Well, so the other day it was like, damn, man, the moon's where I got to lift out of my chair. So tonight I'm watching the moon come up, but it was really low. And as I'm looking through the windows, but now that it's gotten to this window, the moon is actually higher. Now, wait a minute. So from 2 nights ago, had to lift up to now, which is like now, the moon's way up there in the window. So are we still in a wobble? You betcha. You betcha. It ain't just a tiny wobble. And I can't vouch for the moon, as far as um, is it moving that much in its orbit around us? I don't know. That's a lot of movement. But do we know that the earth is doing its, you know, obviously natural wobble that they've been watching for years, and whether or not the earth has gone a little bonkers? And when I look at the moon, I kind of, ask the question, you know, because the moon, just looking at it, it looks stable, if that makes any sense. But I would bet that it's a little bit of both. Now, we don't really know what the moon's made out of because they have lied to us, right? But one thing we can be assured of is that um, of its size. Now, we're not sure of its mass, meaning, there's a, a, a lot to be said about the moon being hollow. for a bunch of reasons. It makes more sense for it to be hollow than a solid mass. But even in its hollowness, there is mass. Okay. And so here's this mass out there that, goes around the earth, at a slow pace. And it's what affects, our tides, okie dokie. So there must be mass to it. And if it's going to affect the tides. Um, but what else does it affect, right? I know it affects people's, perception, and lunacy comes after lunar, and the moon, Luna, and so people go crazy when there's a full moon. So, and I've worked with patients before, and they were agitated more during full moons. It was, we kept records of some of this stuff for a couple of years there when I worked at Green Oak Center. And but so the idea though that so the moon is not just the moon, but for it to when I was growing up, the moon did not it came up and stayed in the sky and went down. And every night you could bet you it was going to be in the same spot. And as Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, we was learning all about the stars and their positions. And, they put the planetarium in out there at USF. And, just as being a Boy Scout and outside a lot, looking up at the stars because there was no light pollution back in those days. Um, and you could see the constellations and you could report on them and watch them and, and when there wasn't nothing on TV, you'd go outside and watch the stars. As so for me at least, I became an amateur astronomer going way back. So in watching this stuff though, it used to be that the moon would be low in the sky for like an entire year. And then the next year it would be higher, and the next year higher, and the next year higher. And I remember it was like a 12-year cycle or so many years. So then the moon would be like straight overhead for like a year or two. And then it would start going back down. But it took a year for it to move up a degree. And then it was overhead and then it went back. Now we go through this same fluctuation in a month. But these last few days, uh, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, we went from up there to down here to back up there in 6 days. So 3 days to go down and 3 days to go back up. And it used to take 6 days to go down to up, or, half a month sometimes. But so are we in a wobble? Yes. Can I blame it all on the moon? No. Can I accept that the moon probably is a factor in this? Yeah. Because if the earth is wobbling, the moon's going to be reacting and it's going to be weavy. Is my how about that for an explanation? The moon's going to be weavy. It's going to kind of be drunken a little bit. So rather than traveling in the same arc, if the sun's I'm sorry, if the earth is wobbling like this and throwing its stuff around and it pulls out over here, ain't that kind of going to want to pull the moon towards it if it wobbles away? And how, I mean, so there's going to be cause and effect. So, and just sitting here in the chair, I can tell there's been, within the last 6 days, there's been a lot of wobbling somewhere going on. Liar, liar, no pants on fire. But so anyway, it's simply by observation. But it's like the amount of wobble, the amount that the moon has moved in just a couple of days is like, whoa. You know, it was being stable there for a while, and I hadn't really talked about it because things were being kind of stable. But just here in this last few days, it's been like, holy mackerel. Usually, if the moon's going down and on the horizon, it'll go on down even lower and kind of hang out there for a few days and make it strip back up. The fact that it went down and then turned right back around and went back up again, that's like, wait a minute. You know, that's, I say this, it's more of a bother to me to see it do that quickie than to worry about, well, it went down and now it's coming back up. Not that I can do anything about my observations other than look at them. But, um, are we at the end of the world and the apocalypse is here? Well, still ain't bought into that. And the folks that talked about the UFO thing and that we were all going to have med beds by this summer again, that we were supposed to have visual, obvious contact by this summer again. Eh. By reliable sources, and where ET was supposed to, did, and there were going to be certain arrests that were did, and so there were a lot of folks that I listened to for years who I, had become to trust because of things that I was learning on my own. I corroborated with some of the things that they said, what I learned on my own, or things that I saw, or whatever, my own observations. So then all of a sudden, these people have disappeared. All these, ETs that were feeding them information to how this was all going to happen by now, none of it's happened. And these people have dropped off of the grid. You don't see them in talking to anybody anymore. Some of these channels have literally shut down. Um, as an observation, we haven't heard from Dante in a while, but I mentioned that earlier on in this show, why I think that. But, to these other things and other promises and things that some of these people were making, and that I've been listening and observing too, and like, yeah, okay, come on. All right, but it's going to happen this time, right? Yep, we're sure. And then when it was supposed to have happened, these people have literally just disappeared. They're off of the radar. I don't, some of them don't have shows anymore, and some of these folks used to be interviewed by other people, and these other people, even their shows have disappeared, and so has the interviews. So maybe they're on another platform. That's possible, but I still haven't heard. Is my point. And they have quit making any kind of promises because it was supposed to have happened. ET swore, and it ain't happened. So that's another observation to just pass along. And it's like, okie doke. So there are liars and cheaters on both sides. The Galactic Council, we're, 2 or 3 years ago, it's all going to take place and the big change is coming, and we're going to have this big wave of energy, and we're all going to move into the next dimension, and we're all going to be, ain't none of that shit happened. None of it. So I'm not saying it can't and it won't, because we are still getting bombarded by some heavy duty cosmic energies and also from the sun, and they are absolutely having an effect on us. Okay, they just are. The solar rays and the magnetism fluctuations All of this is absolutely having an effect on us and Mother Earth. So I'm not counting it out, but what these supposed contacts with ETs claimed was going to happen, my point is, it ain't happened. Are we still getting bombarded with solar flares and stuff? Yes. Are we still being affected? Yes. But we're not being affected like they said we would be. This dimensional change, and we'd all be, and I warned people back then. I said, they were expecting the rapture. We're supposed to be in the fifth dimension by now. If you go back 2 years and listen to what they told us, we're supposed to be in the fifth dimension by now. We're not. We're all supposed to be, doing these, and we're all supposed to be. And them folks 2 or 3 years ago claimed that there was going to be a rapture, and there was going to be 144,000 that was going to be lifted into wherever space. And 2 years ago, there were a lot of promises made by folks who supposedly were in some kind of know, and these people were going to be arrested, and this was going to happen, and there's going to be a transition, and Q knows this, and JP knows that, and I know how, to keep a finger out of my butt, you know, don't let them go there, slap their hand, you know. But the idea though that some of these things I was like, okay, I'll be ready for this one, all right, I hope for that, you know, knowing, listening and knowing about the cosmic energies coming out of the center of the galaxy. I'm waiting on that wave of energy to change people's, consciousnesses a little bit, and maybe let them see a little bit of practicality, instead of going bonkers like some of these folks are these days. But ain't none of it happened. Uh, Other than yes, we have gotten cosmic waves. Yes, we are getting solar waves. Yes, that's true. But has it changed us like they said it was going to? The answer is no. Is it having an effect on us? Yes. How so? Don't know. I think it's an individual kind of effect, as to what the radiations and energies are doing coming from the universe. And I don't think it's happening to, we're all getting bombarded, but depending on where you live in your latitude and longitude, if you're farther north, it's going to be different. The atmosphere is thinner up there, versus down here closer towards the equator, like I am. And being down here on the Gulf Coast, there are, oceans and things to contend with, and atmospheres. With anyway. So, not everybody gets hit equally where you live. All right. And like for, was it yesterday or today? It was yesterday. And looking on the computer, and down here at the bottom, there's a little weather day. And its warning was extreme UV. Well, when they use the word extreme, it means it's like 13. You know, if it says it's, above 9, and then when it says extreme, and then there's a warning sign beside it, it was really hot. And walking out here in the yard with Duggar, it was really, you could just feel, I felt like I was being baked, literally, and I stood outside, and it was like good to feel the sun, but it didn't take long to where it was like hurtful quickly. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, and UV, ultraviolet, yeah, and what it's doing to us and has done to us and will continue to do to us. We need to be protected. We need to stay out of that mess if we possibly can. And, but is it following my point about ET? Is it following what a lot of these channels and quote ET related folks, the Council of Nine is like, Ooh, the Gaia folks, and ooh, this one, and, listen to them. They go, all this is going to happen in your awareness. Okay, 5 years into this, and ain't shit happened. We still got a war over here. There are still people over there. We still got a dumb shit Biden for a president instead of, yes, things were stolen. And yes, oh, all these things that are coming, ET's on our side, and all this is going to be, we're 4 years in it. It's so messed up. And so none of these folks has told us the truth, no matter what side of the fence or you want to be on. Now, there have been changes, but not like they said. They is sort of a 4 or 5 channels I've monitored for years and listening to, well, ET. Now there'd been some, learn to control your emotions and learn to meditate, and we're all gonna sing and meditate together. Oh, okay. But as far as some of the stuff they said was gonna happen, and we're all going to be together and this conglomeration, and we're all going to move into these higher. Man, it ain't happened. And several years ago, I got the warning, like, pay attention. It ain't going to happen like that. Now we might get this wave of energy that they sold us. Still ain't happened. Still waiting, that fifth wave of energy, the ninth wave, whatever the deal is, still ain't happened yet. At least not that I'm aware of. What time is it? It's 4:11. Oh, I missed the 20 mark. Yeah, Mark, I agree that there are energies coming through because I have felt them. Some of them lift me up, and some of them just drop me colder, hard as a rock. And I wake up like 2 days later going, what the fuck happened? Like, what? So I definitely agree that there are waves coming in, and, you know, but as far as the channels that I listen to, as far as we should all be swimming in the fifth dimension right now. We should all be swimming in the fifth dimension, and all this strife and stuff that's going on, especially the stuff that I started off with for the topic tonight about, the queerness stuff. Um, it would not be going on, because technically speaking, if these waves of energy and these crazies moved into the fifth dimension, that shit would just not be allowed. Their brains would supposedly change, and they would either be a male or a female, which is okay. But this drag nonsense and doing the flaunting and all that would not be in the fifth dimension. They would not be acting that way. Their spirits would have changed. They may be male or female. Their style might be a cross dressing, but the impulse to do what is going on now would not be in the fifth dimension. Just saying. So we can't have moved into this other dimension because there are these lower dimensional things going on with lower frequencies. So if anybody questions whether or not, well, yes, we're in the lower fifth dimension, bullshit. There's too much lower energy stuff going on for humanity to be in this higher consciousness. No, the fact that I'm discussing this queerism thing, as I've discussed earlier, I'm not trying to be, um, degrading to any of my gay relatives or friends. Not at all. The queerism thing has been recited by folks within the gay community. Okay, so just saying, I'm repeating, not but there are someone I know close in who has a teenager who doesn't know what he or she is and switches from day to day. You know, that's a problem. Just pick one and stick with it for a while. You don't have to be it all the time. If you want to be female for a little while, then try it out. Just hang out and, kind of sort of maybe go get your hair done or something. But, just try it out for a little while. Same thing with women. You want to be a guy? Well, okay, then cut your hair short if you want and, do certain things. Try to pee standing up and, just try a few things. Talk with a lower voice if you want to. And instead of talking more female up here, you can do that without taking hormones. You can just, start talking more bass. You know, you can force yourself to talk bass. Women have done it for years before they ever had hormones to change them. So you want to be a man? Okay. So do these manly things and, and whatever. But it doesn't mean that you have to do everything all the way simply because you have a tendency to maybe, and I mean this politely, that you want to play a part. Because if you're a man and you feel like a woman and you dress up like a woman, then you're playing a part. Whether I actually feel like a woman, okay, but you got manly dangles. Just saying. So whether God puts you in the wrong suit or not, don't know, but you still got male dangly parts. So play a female, dress up all you want to. And I have known men like that and respected them, and it's okie doke. You know, I worked with a black man at a nursing home. And during the day, he was an orderly, and at nighttime, he was this other person. And when he dressed up, let me tell you, he was a real cutie now. And he was a nice guy, and and the people up in Cordeal, they all knew who he was, and he was respected within some, especially in the black community, which there is a large black community up there. He was accepted by even some of the conservatives because he worked at a nursing home as an orderly for many years, and they respected him for that. But then there was the gay community and other folks, and he was known very much in that community. And you know, and as I worked with him, I found him to be reliable, and he was a little skittish sometimes with some things, as all people can get. But it was usually after he'd had a hard night, over a long weekend or something. But anyway, but as an orderly, he did his job and he was clean cut and he was nice to all the residents of the nursing home. It was a 100-bed nursing home. So, and it was at least 75% full all the time. So, um, we stayed busy. But anyway, but, even some of the older folks at the nursing home, because he'd been there for so long that he had come to the nursing home and drag a couple of times. And but I mean a nice kind of drag, nothing trashy. He didn't like trashy stuff. He was very elegant when he dressed up, and thought anybody else who dressed in drag should be elegant, even if it was simple in a pair of jeans or whatever it was to be elegant. A black man now. And so I'm just thinking about how he was accepted in the community and so forth. And this has been a bunch of years ago now. Um, a bunch of years, like 30 kind of thing. So nothing new, but here he was, During his day job, he was regular. Now he might, I remember him wearing earrings and his hair would be up sometimes, but basically he wore his orderly's uniform versus trying to um, push his agenda on his boss or the workplace. He accepted dressing like an orderly. But in his off time, he, you know, was adorable when he dressed in drag. It's very clean cut, and so, but he would come to the nursing home at times and stuff. Like I said, noises outside. Um, it was important for him and his image, you know, that he was presentable in drag, that he wanted to be a woman, not just dress up like one. He wanted to be that woman and elegant and walk around and present that. And some of other gay men that I've known, they want to present you know. And so I find nothing wrong with you know, but they're still playing a part. So he'd come to work and he was the male um, orderly versus being a nurse's assistant, because most of the nurse's assistants at that time were female. So if he came in drag, he could have passed as a female nurse's assistant. You know what I mean? But back then, he was content to quote play the game, if you will, to go in and be the orderly, and then at night and weekends and whatever to be himself and to dress as he pleased. So the fact that he got along in the community quite well, along with others of his type, style, did the same in Cordele, Georgia. you know, so where the rocket is on the interstate there, near Jimmy Carter's home. But the idea that in South Georgia and in this day and age that you could have that kind of thing and that listen guys, this was 30 years ago this was going on. So the fact that people argue, oh, that the black community is frowned down upon. And the black community had its own gay community within the black community. You know, there were hairdressers, gay men who were doing hairdressing. There were gay women who were, dressed as men and working for the sanitation department, picking up garbage cans for crying out loud. Well, it paid well. But so this idea in South Georgia, where were slaves and cotton pickers and what? Oh, do the marching massa. So, wow, we don't see it the same as other folk do. So, for other people to say, well, y'all don't know what's going on, I want to say, yes, we do. The gay community that's been in Thomasville, the gay community that's in Moultrie, and they visit each other. But and the black gay community, like in Cordele and other places, and it's like, and we have known about this for years. It's nothing new to us. So this idea, the fact that everybody's got to swing that flag to come out and show their pride. There's been a lot of people who've been in this community for 30 plus years who didn't need to sling no flag. Everybody knew that they were gay. Everybody knew by the way they held themselves that they were proud, because when I wish, I'm just going to call him, Darby. Darby, when he was at work, his nails were always done correctly. But his hair was always kind of sort of up, and sometimes he wore a net, especially when he worked in the kitchen. Everybody had to wear a hairnet. So and he wore earrings of different types, and sizes and whatever, and sometimes he wore a piece of jewelry. He wore different types of shoes, because there wasn't one type of shoe wasn't mandatory, unless you know he didn't work in the kitchen all the time. He did some prep work. But the ladies were, they had it wasn't steel-toed shoes, but they had to wear shoes, and the right kind of shoes, in case grease or whatever came down. So you couldn't wear any kind of open-toed thing. But that was sort of lax also, even for the women. And so sometimes he'd come in sort of like sandals kind of thing, the open-toed, but he always dressed neatly. He was always, you know, uh, but this idea that he was this drag queen that was somehow sultry or whatever, he was a drag queen, absolutely. But when he was in drag, he was a woman. He was a lady. Okay, he wasn't just dressed in women's clothing. He was a true lady. And the fact that it happened 30 years ago in a small town in South Georgia, you know, um, and for the fact that there are people in other big towns and stuff that want to claim that we as the public and as a community don't know about this, or that we don't or we don't accept the LGBTQRSP community, is bullshit. We have accepted it for a long time. Many of these towns, many of these communities, we've accepted it for a long time. So the rest of the world, yeah, go ahead. No, no, I mean, seriously, there is somebody that say, oh yeah, the guy that runs that one florist shop, him and his partner, they know, because they have run this florist business for years. Everybody knows that these two guys, well, they're partners. They've seen them out at, at a restaurant, but they don't flaunt. But everybody knows they're gay, but they're partners. They're partners in their florist business. And it's extensive. They've great. They've got, all kinds of different plants and things and stuff and florists and, you know, but they're partners. And nobody whispers, they're really gay. Yeah, well, and that's as far as it's gone. But they're, as far as I know, if they're still alive, they're still in business. The business is still there. So, but everybody knew they were gay. Nobody said anything. They still bought their flowers from them, you know. Well, they're gay. They're florists, of course, was sort of the thing. And whether it was little old ladies or, the women from the garden club or something, didn't matter. So this idea that people have not been accepting of the gay and lesbian lifestyle, but down here in the South at least, is just bullshit. We have been accepting. And as far as I know, when you look around, we're still being accepting. Now, now I'm going to use this term, I'm going to use this phrase, and then I'm going to explain what I mean. The gay and lesbian groups and so forth down here, we accept, we're good with it, unless you step out of line. And what I mean by that is that if you're a gay man, but you're lusting after little boys or little girls, nah, that ain't going. If you're a gay man and you're looking for other gay men, not children, okie doke. But if you're gonna go lusting and I would say the same thing for women, but um, a guy is not going to turn in a woman. If you're 15 years old and an older woman comes on to you, that boy ain't saying shit. He's going to get laid. That's how that's going. But if a 15-year-old girl sleeps with a man, but if it goes the other way, if it's a 15-year-old boy sleeping with a, whoops, well, he's getting experience. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that 15-year-old girls should be sleeping. That's not my point. I'm showing that they're discussing that there's two sides of this. But to the point though that so if a gay man is lusting after youngins, but no, sorry, that is not acceptable even within the community. Okay, they might sit together and go, that little 14-year-old boy over there, he's got a cute butt, and if when he grows up, if he's wants to, he can come to my house, but it's not really any worse than a couple of guys sitting around going, you see that young girl over there? One of these days she's gonna be a heartbreaker. And us guys know what we're talking about. She's really sexy looking, and some guy's she's gonna break some hearts because of her sexuality. So we know what we're talking about. But that don't mean that we're gonna go lust after them, but we can see it. We can, oh, but they're a youngin', they're underage, but there are certain key things you can say. But if you're absolutely lusting after these youngins, shame on you. You know, don't care what sex, race, whatever, shame on you. Let them grow up, and then you can lust after them. Let them grow up. I'm sorry, just let that flower grow before you pluck it. I said pluck it. But anyway, but for down here, there's been more pedophilia within Christian men, preachers, guys, supposedly straight guys, rather than gay men being predators with children. It's been the hidden guy in the closet that's supposed to be the white Christian male who's been more the pedophile. Like, oh God, 10 to 1. The gay man will say something like, come back when you get older, or something like that, and go, oh, you're a cutie, but I ain't touching that. Come back when you get older, where at, because I've heard gay men say that, okay? Whereas a pedophile man, he don't say that. He don't say come back when you get older, because he wants you now. He wants you as a little boy. He wants you in that. Having been approached many times when I was a young boy, I know what the conversation is. So, but gay men, they'll tell you to come back later, but not the pedophile. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff in this world that's going on. You know, oh, it's all about the gay men. No, but now I'm really worried about these trannies that are running around, because they do seem to be um, focused a lot on being predators. You know, I'm not worried about gay men, but I am worried about these trannies, that are pretending And there's this one creepy guy. I remember did some puppet shows in Eufaula, Alabama one time. This has been a good 20 years ago. And there was, Snarky the Clown. And he had a shown up um, um, Winnebago type, outfit going on. RV, that's what I want. He had an RV and had a canopy that came off the side, and he did a couple of things. But he was after them little girls. Oh, come with me and I'll share a little trick. Honk honk with this horn, and oh, let me give you this. And he was honk honk. And when I was there at doing the puppet show, I was watching this guy, and I had to take my stuff down and bring it off of the stage and wait and then take it back and put it back on when it was. I did 2 shows, so in the meantime, I was standing under his awning from his thing, and then he went out and did his little spiel, and then I went back out. But anyway, in between and hanging around and watching how he treated some of these little girls, I was I told this one. It was in a state park in Alabama. It was on the Alabama side of Lake Eufaula. But um, it was a staff member, somebody that was running the place, and he was really busy and everything. And I told him, I said, "You see that clown over there?" And he was like, "Yeah, what about him?" And blah blah blah. And he was busy and trying to do something else. And I was like, "You need to keep an eye on him." And he was like, and he turned and looked at me and go, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Look, I know I'm a puppeteer and I'm not trying to speak bad about him, but I said, he's got a couple little girls that are following him around. And I don't know if their parents know, or I don't know what's going on, but it seems really weird." And I said, he has invited him into his RV without anybody around. And I said, you know, um, I'm just saying that it just, I know I have kids that come around me and hang around, but I'm not inviting them into no RV or nothing. Everything's out in the open, and he's talking to them about boyfriends and girlfriends and this, that, and the other thing, and stuff that is really not appropriate, especially him as a clown or whatever. And I said, shouldn't you keep an eye on this guy? Is he a pedophile, or does anybody keep an eye on stuff like that? And because I was watching, so I had told somebody, but to this day, it bothers me, to see he had that. When you've ever been pedophiled, you, myself, there's a look in the eyes, and he had that look, and it's that, there's leering. He was leering. And when they leer at you with that, like, and when it happens to you, and then you see somebody else that has that, it's always made me wary since then. But even in my older age, to see like that person's, I want to keep an eye on that guy. There's something up with him. He's got that look. But anyway, but I do think that a legitimate lesbian and gay community, and as they are saying, they would really like to skip the transvestites kind of stuff. And you're either gay or you're not. You guys have your own communities, because you transvestites and folks, you want to dress up, you want to flaunt your stuff, and we just want to be a gay couple. We don't want to do what you're doing. So this LGBTQ, they want to leave off the trans, you know, and just gays and lesbians. And I think that's good. And it's going to be the gays and lesbians that are going to be the ones who get rid of the trans and all this other stuff because they're embarrassed by it. And they're already saying it. They don't want to be associated with this kind of behavior. So they're already ready to make that split. So this them stuff, they're already themselves going, nah, no, we don't agree with it either. So to wrap this up, to them, and them-uns and us-uns, us straight white people, I'm not just white people, but I'm for myself, for my friends in the neighborhood, us straight white people ain't got nothing to worry about because our gay friends and relatives are going to step up and go, no. And I think that's great because then we can step up and go, yeah, we support you. Yeah, we think the gays and lesbians should be separated from these folks. I support you on that already. Yes, we'll stand up for you. We don't like that behavior, but we're good with you folks because we have been good with these folks for the last 40, 50 years down here. It has just been accepted, you know? Well, that person's gay and him and him and him and or her and her. The photographers in Moultrie, they were, you know, they were partners. But everybody knew the two ladies were lesbian. The way they dressed, the way they acted, nobody gave a shit because they were photographers. They went to weddings and they did this and but nobody said. There was sometimes a conversation between just two people. Well, they're gay, right? Yeah. And they're lesbian, right? Yeah. Well, have you ever heard of anything? No, they always act nice around people, blah, blah, blah. And that's about as much as a conversation that I'd ever heard between anybody about these two lady photographers. Over all the many years and all the people I've known and all the organizations and places and events and stuff, that's the most I ever heard. But accepted by everybody. Other than that little bit of conversation. Well, they're gay. Yeah, well, no, nobody seems to care. Well, I don't care. And that was that. That's the extent of the conversation of their gayness. So, and down here in the deep south, in these small towns where shit matters, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm fixing to close down here, Chloe. I'm slipping into slumber. Yeah, I got to get up, and I've been on here for 4 hours and 42 minutes, almost 5 hours. So I got to get up and move around, and I'm as soon as I stand, I'm gonna have to pee. That's how that's gonna work. But I'm out of drink, and I've yapped for 4 hours and 42 minutes. So just let what go, Hawkeye. What? That's why I like going to realize they are descending and you are ascending and let it be. Oh, no, it's just an observation. All of my last 5 hours of talking about this is just observation. There are just some things that I just like. I'm frustrated that some of this stuff has come to this. You know what I mean? But as far as like being really angry, insomnia, PTSD, and hot flashes, is that what you were saying, Miss Pearl? Um, but yeah, like this morning, I'm just kind of like wound up. Been a lot going on with me trying to get the therapy, trying to get my truck running, me trying just to learn how to walk again. Oh my God. Watching myself underwater and how I'm supposed to be standing up straight and then looking at my posture from the camera and how I'm leaning forward and kind of crouched and stooped. And my brain is, you're standing up straight. And you look at the camera on the big screen and you go, I ain't standing up straight worth a shit. What the hell? Oh my God. So, having that visual aid today while being in the pool and exercising, and thank God for the buoyancy. I knew it was going to be good for me. So now all I got to do is make sure my truck runs and I can make it to my therapy appointments. But oh, I can already tell that it's, going to help me. But so with that said, there's been some strange energies in the air and just between people. Like my friend was a half an hour late. She was like, I left early. She said, but I went to get my medicine and it just took longer than I thought. And I should have called you and I should have picked up my medicine on the way home instead. And that's why she was 30 minutes late. So, but thank God my truck worked. But there had been weird things, but at the same time, why is my truck working all of a sudden? Why is my clutch? I'm not arguing, but why is my clutch working all of a sudden now? Okay. I'm glad it. So there's been kind of good things. There have been some strange, weird, bad things happen. We lost our friend, Isby a couple of weeks ago. And, there are people that I know have been sick with cancer, but some of them have survived and some of them haven't. My friend Randy, who had open heart surgery, I have not heard from. But if he had passed away, I know that there would have been folks who have called me. So I haven't heard from him. So I'm assuming that he is still in recovery down in Tallahassee. If he had passed away, I know somebody we've been mutual friends for years. He would have called me right away and said, Randy passed away. So that hadn't happened. But so he had to have surgery, but he's still doing okay. So, I had my surgery and had to have another surgery, but I'm healed well in my back and I am walking, and I can get some places without a cane. So is there improvement? The answer is yeah. But is it taking a while? Yeah. Does it hurt? Yeah. So it hadn't been without its ups and downs and without its pains, but you know, I guess that it's a shame that progress has to there has to be pain for progress to be made. That part just sucks. But the fact that no pain, no gain, okie dokie. So it has been painful to get to water therapy, but the water therapy today did me good. So there's painful things that people are going through now. Me being one of them in more ways than one. I got hospital and doctor bills and stuff like that, and so it ain't a clean, clear bill of health for me in that respect either. And being on a limited income, okey doke, and limited mobility, okey doke, but still here, still doing the good fight, and ain't worrying about it. You know, does it hurt like hell? Yes. Am I still going to exercise? You betcha. Because if I can get stronger and if I can continue on and with the good Lord's help, some of this will go away or at least be manageable. So that's what I want to pass along to you. I'm hoping that life will become at least manageable. If it's being a piece of shit at the moment and hard to manage, and least you're still managing. That may sound a little weird and sidetrack kind of, what do you mean by that? But at least you're still managing. If you quit managing, and then that means you gave up. And that means that, so as long as you're still managing, things are moving in the universe to where it might seem like, oh, it's move a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, and maybe that situation changes somehow. But anyway, with all of my back issues, I have not given up. I refuse to give up, and I'm hoping that some of you say that I'm an inspiration to you. Well, good, and I mean that maybe a little what? And I just mean that as good. And that if I can be a role model, and don't give up. Really, don't give up. Tomorrow could be a better day. Please don't give up. You know, I know that there are some days that I just feel like I've been squat on by a giant dinosaur, and that there's just no way, and I hurt so bad. And it's like, God Almighty, I went through all this operation to not hurt, and here I am, I can barely move, and what the hell did I do? And I volunteered for this shit, and then the next day the soreness is less, and I can walk across the yard, and I go, well, today's not so bad, you know. Today's not so bad. I'm actually walking. Today's not so bad. So not every day is that way, but not every day do I feel like a dinosaur sitting on me. So, but you can't give up, because them dinosaur days, they may seem like they're being the predominant days. Every day is a dinosaur sitting on my ass day. No, that's not true. But is that dinosaur still hanging around? Yeah. But I can't give in. I don't want to. I don't want to give up on this. So, but is it painful? Yeah. I haven't been on for a while and in between, because I didn't want to talk about how much pain I was actually in, kind of thing. Y'all have been so nice with prayers and so forth, that I don't want to get on here and complain. But this recovery these last few months have been very painful. Doing the exercises today was very painful. Bringing the groceries in, was very painful. You know, Sitting here at this chair, I need to get up and move and get something to drink, because I'm a couple hours overdue with my meds, including my pain meds, which I really should have took like 5 hours ago. Um, but so I'm, regardless of what it is, I keep working on it. Like cigarettes, I have cut down. I'm on 3 days now for a pack of cigarettes versus two. And I was like 1.5 days per pack. Now I can go a full 2 days without a pack on one pack. And I've been stretching that to 3 days. So I'm getting better. Things are progressing. You just have to keep working at them. So, just like learning how to walk again, sometimes there are things in life. I mean, I'm literally learning how to walk again, but physically. But in that, I'm also mentally learning how to walk again. So there are a lot of things in life that, sometimes it just feels like it's hard to trudge along. And in that, maybe there's a lesson in that. Maybe it's how we're walking. I know when I saw myself on the video today of how I was leaning forward with my gait, and how I was taking little short choppy steps, I was like, wow, oh my God, that's how I really look from walking. That's what I look like. Holy crap. Getting that visual. I mean, even walking on hard, on hard dirt, I thought about it today and I was like, oh my God, I'm stooped over. And oh my God, I'm doing the little short choppy steps thing again. And oh my God, well, I had no idea how much I was sort of contributing to my pain, but the pain was forcing me into these little short choppy steps. And so, but if I continue with short choppy steps, then I'll never learn how to walk again. I've got to increase my stride. I've got to to stand up more straighter, even though I think I am. I'm not. And so, if you want to change, then you have to see what's wrong and correct it. So today, seeing my posture, seeing my gait, seeing how big or short my steps were, seeing how I leaned and did, watching it on live on the TV screen while I was doing it in the pool, I was like, oh my God. So if I want to do better, then I have to do better. I've got to stand up more. I have to do the exercises. I have to go through the pain. Do you want to stand up, Dave? Yes. That's why I'm here. Do you want to learn how you want to walk and like yeah, well then you got to do these things. So in life, there are certain things we just got to do, whether they hurt us or not. In my cases, learning how to walk again hurts like a mofo. But I'm still here, still working, still going to work on it. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in those lessons, they're painful. Sometimes we find out truths about ourselves that just makes us kind of want to put our heads down and hide, or, did I really do that? Oh my God, I can't believe that. Embarrass us. But we take those things and learn from them and stand up and own up to them, because if they've happened, then just own up to the thing and go on. I'm thinking of a certain thing in my lifetime that I just had to own up to. Take a deep breath. And did you do it? Was like when I got caught with, marijuana growing in my backyard. There were people, did you really do it? And you have, yeah, it's on record. Yeah. Were there really helicopters there? Yeah. Did you really get thrown in jail? Yeah. Did this real? Yeah. You know, and so I lost business. My puppetry business just went away. They wouldn't let me in the libraries down here anymore because I'd been busted, with helicopters because of me growing, 6 marijuana plants in my backyard. But I was caught, with a helicopter. And so, but the idea though, I had to stand up and just, yes, yep. Did you lose business? Did it take another 10 years to get back? And that the only way that I was able to do was simply by being there. I didn't give up. I stayed in the community. I continued to work with the theater group. Even though they wouldn't let me on stage, I worked backstage. Even though they wouldn't let me direct, they'd let me build sets. So I did this, and the next thing you know, they needed a director. Next thing you know, they needed somebody in a play. Next thing you know, I was back in the swing of things, and all was forgiven. But it took me 10 years to do it. So, but if you want something bad enough, then you have to play the long game. So, like Hawk in the books and so forth, Hawk looks at the horizon at the distance. So if you're looking too much right in front of you, like the lady told me today, she said, quit looking at your feet and look at the monitor. Because my feet said I was doing okay. But when I looked on the monitor from the side, I was not walking correctly. So, have to continue to learn. And that's what I do is each day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom. And there's many blessings in the universe, and they're disguised in all kinds of different ways. And there are some things we're fearful of change. We're afraid to try something new, maybe, or maybe we're trying too much new stuff and we're afraid to stop. Well, with a little bit of grain of sand, ask the creator in the universe to help give you some common sense. That's all. Well, I think it should be like this. Well, my neighbor said it should be like that. What you need is to just ask the creator, give me some common sense. And the old Chinese proverb thing, if anything that you want to know about, you should sleep on it. So if you're I don't know if I should do this, yes or no, what they say is that you should eat the problem. So whatever it is, it could be something. Should I get the red car? Should I get the blue car? It could be something like that. Or should I even get a car? Or whatever the thing may be. So you say, okay, do I want the red car or the blue car? I'm gonna swallow the problem, and in the morning, if I think it's blue, but I have indigestion, then it must be the red car. So, there are answers we can ask the universe, you know, car color, but anyway. But the idea was to swallow the problem. And if it gave you indigestion, then it meant that, not to do it, you know. So, anyway, in life, if you continue to pray like I do each and every day, to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. So, for you and all y'all out there, stay safe. It's been 5 hours and 1 minute, and it's almost 4:20. It's almost a real 4:20. Should I stay for another minute? Maybe the pressure plate was stuck from sitting. Oh, Mark, if you're still there, it wasn't a pressure plate. It's that works fine. It's the hydraulic in it that I could push on the clutch and nothing worked. The hydraulics were out, and so um, I put more brake fluid in the hydraulics today. But for whatever reason, and it could have gotten an air bubble in it, which would have caused it not to, the master cylinder not to work correctly. So, but whatever it is, and it's been sitting for the last several months. Now, I would go out there and start it, but I could tell that when I started the truck, that it was difficult it had to be in gear and you got to have the clutch in because of the switch. If you don't have the clutch all the way in, it won't start. So you can put it in neutral and whatever, it won't start. You got to have the clutch all the way down. Well, the switch has been going bad. I knew that before I had my operation. And it was intermittent, and I really had to push all the way down on the pedal, and then it would start. So but I didn't have any issues with it shifting gears until 2 days before my operation when me and Duggar came back from the river and it quit shifting gears. No matter what I did, I couldn't get it in or out of a gear. So I literally had to shut the truck off, put it into gear, and then start the truck. And that's how I got home. But, I was synchro shifting and driving very carefully, But maybe in sitting, the hydraulic fluid got back down into the master cylinder or the bubble's gone, whatever it is, it drove just fine today. A little weird going in. I can tell that the hydraulics are still a little funky, but I got to town and back. I'm happy camper. So for short trips, we good. And I got new parts coming in a day or so. What's your fluid? Yeah, it did need some in the reservoir, Mark. It's almost 420. Oh, it is 420. Happy 420, the real 420. And I gotta say, Mark, today was a partial miracle. No, not partial. It was a miracle. It was a miracle that I went out there and closed the hood because I'd had it open checking things out. That I closed the hood, jumped in, started it up, and made it into town and made it within a minute of being perfectly on time. So that part was a miracle. The fact that I just jumped in and the universe was with me on this. I knew that she didn't call me, but I knew she was late, and I had already had all my stuff in the truck when she said I'm late. And I went, good, I'm already headed to town in the truck. you know, so it was a miracle. I listened to my insides. I listened to the angels today. They were like, go ahead, get in, take it, we got you. And everything turned out okay. So, yeah, I'm happy 420. I love you all. Thank you for being you. And be careful out there. There's some bad shit, but that doesn't mean bad shit's every day. Last week when I had this run in with this chick doing the pool thing, I was ready to just like not do it anymore. And today, worked around it. It was okay. Now I'm looking forward to going back. So that's a thumbs up. Even though she's a primpy little thing, she's a primpy little thing. Yeah, that's a good one. She's a primpy little thing. Stella, I love you all. Be safe. Cheers. Say a prayer for Dante and group that, that they're not harmed or showing up in trouble. I know they've been fighting for us for a long time, so let's all give a prayer out to Dante and crew and all the crew over there working. And, and one for Danielle too. So, AKA Putin. So I love you all. Cheers. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, because it's a learning process, how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And, throw some relatives in there too. But anyway, so good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to some of the other ones. And until next time, I love you. Cheers. Please be safe. And before you rush into certain things, take a deep breath and think about it. Bye.